1919 was an auspicious year in history. The First World War ended, ushering a drastic change in the world order. The Philippine Islands had been a U.S. territory for 2 decades and was promised independence under the Jones Law of 1916. Progressive reformers saw the country and its people as a major target for modernization, and education was its main weapon. 7 forward-looking Filipinas came together in 1919 to create a school where young women could gain the knowledge and skills that would make them modern women. Paz Marquez Benitez was the first president of the Philippine Women's College. Jose Abad Santos was its first chairman of the Board of Trustees. Francisca Tirona Benitez was the second president, and with her husband Dean Conrado, guided the school from a house on A. Flores Street to its iconic Taft Avenue campus. In 1932, the college became a university, making PWU the first university for women in Asia founded by Asians. It provided a space where innovations in education flourished, and young people were encouraged to be the best that they could be. For over 100 years, the Philippine Women's University has been known as a leader in quality education. In 1934, PWU moved into its main campus on Taft Avenue, and since the 1970s has been co-educational. Located in the heart of Metro Manila, it is easily accessible by public transport and surrounded by affordable housing. Today's PWU offers undergraduate and graduate courses in several fields of study. Its business and management programs are responsive to the needs of industry, using evolving technology for global competence. PWU graduates excel in arts and sciences, education, social work, and diplomacy. Its fine arts and music programs have produced outstanding graduates through a holistic education that treasures heritage as well as excellence. PWU has pioneered in fields such as food science, nutrition and dietetics, medical technology, pharmacy, and nursing. PWU continues to play an essential role in producing graduates who possess the skills that make them competitive in the country and anywhere in the world.
Mabuhay, ladies and gentlemen. Today is February 12, 2022, and we are departing for the Graduate Studies School of Hospitality Management. This is your in-flight executive, JP, your air host for today. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride as we will be learning at great heights. Mga binibini, ginang at ginoo, fasten your seatbelts as we prepare for takeoff. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard to Above and Beyond 2022, your one-way ticket to becoming a tourism and an hospitality professional. I'd like to direct your attention to your mobile device, laptop, or desktop, as there is no better way to start this flight with a prayer, which will be followed by the Philippine National Anthem.
dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, buyat ka ng magiting. Sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiid. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bukaw. May dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidinig. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidinig. Lupa ng araw ng at ipagsinta mo'y langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya dapat may mga aming ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Good morning, everyone. It is our pleasure to have all of you join us in this conference entitled Above and Beyond Advancing Culinary Arts Through Emerging Trends in Global Cuisine, Hospitality Marketing, Financial Management, and Nutrition. We have invited esteemed chefs and managers who can share valuable insights and experiences in the industry for this event. So buckle up, get your pens and papers handy for taking down notes, listen attentively, and enjoy this fun conference.
I agree, Chef Ian. This will surely be fun and exciting. As of now, we have a total of 6,258 registered participants. And on Facebook, we have 437 viewers already. And on YouTube, we have 70 viewers too. Thank you very much for joining us today. You may share this conference to your social media accounts to spread awareness. I am JP Cabrera, a graduate student taking up Masters of Science in Hotel and Restaurant Management at the Philippine Women's University, and I will be one of your hosts for today. And with me is Chef Harold Ian Gamboa, a graduate student of Master of Science in Culinary Arts at the Philippine Women's University. We will be with you until the end of this conference.
Thank you, Sir JP. I am very much delighted to be your partner today. Before we properly begin this webinar, we would like to share some webinar etiquette and our objectives for today. The following etiquette should be observed in attending this conference. We highly suggest all our participants to have a pen and paper handy in taking down notes for your future reference while attentively listening to all of our speakers. If you have any questions, clarifications during the presentation or demonstration, you may want to type them in the chat box or comment section. The program host will bring them up every after speaker's discussion. Your thoughts and ideas, suggestions are highly significant to the organizers. Please fill out the evaluation form. QR code will be posted towards the end of the conference. And for today's objectives, we aim to educate, demonstrate, instruct, and deliver information that is of interest to students and other hospitality professionals about hospitality marketing, financial management in culinary, nutrition, and global cuisine. Build expertise and influence, and approach new target markets, especially in this time of pandemic.
In line with that, if you have any questions or clarifications during the speaker's oral presentation, you may type those at the comment section. Moderators will bring these every after the speaker's presentation. Also, your thoughts and suggestions are highly valuable to the organizers. So we encourage everyone to answer the evaluation form, as the QR code will be posted right after the conference. Once you successfully answer the evaluation form, your certificates will be sent to your email address provided. We are very excited to have you and to welcome you to this conference. We promise that this will be a fun-filled, extravagant, and inspiring webinar.
I definitely agree with this, Sir JP. But before we properly begin this much-awaited webinar, please allow me to acknowledge some very important people. Our University President, Mr. Marco Alfredo Benitez, Graduate School Director, Dr. Emerita Zornosa, Dean of School of Hospitality Management, Dr. Eframuel Jose Abellana, Dr. Jocelyn Sardegna, and Dr. Angelina Blanco, our esteemed speakers, guests, participants, viewers, classmates, and students. We are very happy that you are able to join us in this conference entitled Above and Beyond, Advancing in Culinary Arts Through Emerging Trends in Global Cuisine, Hospitality Marketing, Financial Management, and Nutrition.
I'm more than honored to tell everyone that this conference is brought to us by the Graduate School of Hospitality Management with the guidance of our subject professor, Dr. Jocelyn Sardegna of the Philippine Women's University. And to formally begin this program in full swing, I am humbled to welcome our University President, Mr. Marco Alfredo Benitez, for his inspirational message.
Good morning to the faculty, administrators, and students of our PW School of Hospitality Management, led of course by Dean Prima Bellana and our MS Hotel and Restaurant Management students. Thank you for the opportunity to address all of you in today's webinar entitled Above and Beyond, Advancing Culinary Arts Through Emerging Trends in Global Cuisine, Tourism and Hospitality Marketing, Financial Management, and Nutrition. We are now in our third year into the global pandemic, and the world continues to suffer sizable setbacks as a result of COVID-19. The hospitality and tourism industries have taken a very hard hit during this crisis as governments mandated the shutdown of hotels, restaurants, tourist attractions, and restricted both local and international travel in favor of securing public health. In a climate as unfamiliar and uncertain as this, it may seem difficult to see a promising future for students and professionals in the field. One thing the COVID crisis has revealed is the importance of the hospitality and tourism sectors, not only to the global economy, but also to us as individuals. Life under quarantine has highlighted our personal need to connect with others and with our environment through the shared experience of food and travel. Tourism and hospitality may be very vulnerable to global currents. However, they will always remain essential economic engines. Thankfully, hospitality and tourism are very resilient industries. In the past 2 years, customer preferences and behaviors have changed drastically and are now shaped by personal health and safety concerns and the need for physical distancing. We've seen how quickly establishments have adapted their business models and strategies to suit these changing conditions, such as the shift to outdoor experiences, whether it is alfresco dining or camping and glamping offers, the staycation and holi stay concept, the off-the-beaten-track travel options such as B&Bs and farms, and the targeted marketing for digital nomads. The pandemic may have shocked the hospitality and travel sector considerably, but it has also served as an unexpected catalyst for innovation and the harnessing of new technologies. Marketing strategies are shifting and diversifying to attract a new breed of consumer. We are also seeing accelerated efforts at service digitalization as consumers avoid person-to-person contact. More importantly, it has heightened our awareness of the impact of the industry on local communities and the environment, and has provided us with the opportunity to rethink and reshape our practices for positive change. Probably the most welcome consequence of this global disruption is the rare chance to slow down, reflect, and ask ourselves, how can we do things better? This is the challenge for all of you today. If the industry is to recover from the negative repercussions of COVID, we cannot just aim for a return to business as usual. We need to move forward and think about building real resilience by pushing for meaningful changes that champion inclusivity, diversity, and sustainability. To borrow the words of US President Joe Biden, we can't just build back. We need to build back better. Thank you very much, and may you all have an informative and meaningful session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benitez, for your inspiring message. This webinar has been made brighter by your presence. And now we are thrilled to welcome his opening remarks, our Cluster Dean of School of Hospitality Management, Dr. Eframuel Jose Abellana.
Thank you, JP. Thank you, Chef Ian. Mabuhay and good morning, Patriots. To our University President, Mr. Marco Alfredo Benitez. To our University Chancellor and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Felina C. Young. And all other Vice Presidents for University. To the podcast speakers, the four of them, we are pleased and honored to welcome you to our university. And our research speakers will be introduced later. To my fellow academic deans and program chairs and all the directors of the different offices. To the class advisors, Dr. Jocelyn Sardenia and Dr. Angel Blanco. Thank you, Ms. Dam. To our esteemed faculty members of the Schools of Tourism and Hospitality Management, Attorney Inigo Piras, Dr. Erlinda Zacarias, Dr. Cristina Caluza, Dr. and Engineer Haji Alegre, and of course, Dr. Edgar Moreno, our virtual guests here and abroad, friends, tertiary and graduate school students, ladies and gentlemen, great morning and welcome. I welcome you all to this insightful morning's webinar with a theme and objectives above and beyond advancing culinary arts through emerging trends in global cuisine, hospitality, marketing, financial management, and nutrition. The objectives are how digital marketing in the hospitality industry adopts, redesigns, and implements new ways and ideas to help the sector accelerate recovery and reinvent in the hospitality of tomorrow while still remaining sustainable. Number two, educate and help individuals in any walks of life, such as students, employee, business owners, professional, OFW, housewives, and many others on how they can properly manage and grow their hard-earned income. And finally, promote health and reduce the risk of developing chronic diseases and encouraging people to consume healthful diets and to achieve and maintain healthy body weights amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. According to the study of Tiago and Verisimo, companies must think their digital marketing strategies as a result of changes in consumer behavior. Currently, a large percentage of the related research is focused on the client rather than the company. It is a customer-driven approach now and beyond. According to the Simon Gates definition of wealth, the proverb health is wealth refers to a state of health that is free of disease or diseases, both physical and mental. So over and above, the Filipino families have had substantial and difficult experiences today in this health crisis and will soon be able to recover economically and with lots of hope, faith, and action. So this morning's webinar is very timely and relevant as we are about to learn and engage on the different topics of our four sought-after speakers in the fields of digital marketing, financial issues, foods, and nutrition. I'd like to commend the Master of Science in Culinary Arts students, the Master of Science in Hotel and Restaurant Management students, the organizers. There are the chef, there are the businessmen and women, lecturers, event managers, and many more. I'd like to say thank you for your hard work and your commitment, everyone. To Chef Ian, to Angelo, the chair, JP, Marinelli, Janine, Chef Nancy, and all your amazing committees. Thank you so much for a great job. Indeed. Finally, thank you very much for the selfless technical support of our PW Marketing Department from Ronya, PW ICT Department, and of course, Multimedia Center, Sir Vlad. And once again, I welcome you all. Mabuhay. Thank you. Back to you, JB and Chef Ian.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abellana and Maayong Buntag Dean. We also want to recognize and appreciate our 540 viewers on Facebook. Stay tuned to know more about this conference. And to start, may I call on Ms. Janine Ferrer from our technical committee to introduce and welcome our first esteemed speaker.
Good morning, everyone. It is my honor to introduce to you our first speaker of the day. He is the Director for Research and Development and Managing Partner of Sima Restaurants, Green Pastures, and Soup by Sima. He graduated with a degree in Culinary Arts from the California Culinary Academy in 1995. He also owns Cangrejos Locos, a Spanish restaurant in Molito Lifestyle Center. He was a recipient of the 10 Outstanding Entrepreneurs of the Year Award in 2008 and a finalist of Ernst & Young's Entrepreneur of the Year Awards in 2012. He was also nominated as Best Chef in Manila's Best Kept Restaurant Secrets Awards in 2012. His main motivation in his professional career is to create, innovate, and build distinct food service concepts to provide the Philippine dining market a better choice. He believes that food is more than just what we take in. It is also about what we leave behind. We need to be more conscious of our food and how it can affect the planet. We need to go beyond what tastes good and looks good and also think about how we can maximize our ingredients and minimize waste. Everyone, please do help me in welcoming our first speaker for this session to discuss transcending the barriers of the world of advanced nutrition in culinary, global cuisine, and financial management. A big virtual round of applause to Chef Robbie Gocco. Good morning, Chef.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for, let me just fix my screen. How can you speak? Hold on. Okay. Who has my slides? Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I hope I will be able to share with you my experience through this pandemic and how I was able to maneuver my restaurant to where it is right now. As you know, my name is Chef Robbie Gocco. I am the executive chef of Sima Greek Taverna, a Greek restaurant which started about 15 years ago in Boracay. I do now. I am also the executive chef of Suv by Sima. It's a more casual Greek restaurant that I'm operating. That I have 3 branches. I have in BGC, and I have in the Podium, and I have in Molito, Alabang. I also own a sustainable dining restaurant called Green Pastures, of which before the pandemic I had 2. I had to close one, but I'll tell you the story about it later and how I was able to maneuver around and I was able to save the brand from folding over. I also own a beach Greek concept called Go Greek. This one I was supposed to open on March 18, 2020. I have a brand new restaurant at the Maramegmeg Beach in El Nido, Palawan. This was a restaurant which I was supposed to open on the before the pandemic. But what happened is right now it's there, it's brand new, and I'll probably be opening it when tourism starts coming in. But so it's a brand new restaurant. And I also, which I did not mention, I own Calle Brewery, a microbrewery in vegan Ilocos Sur. And it's an American barbecue restaurant. And I have Cangrejos Locos, a Spanish restaurant in Alabang, specializing in paella. Now, like everyone, I was very optimistic about 2020. I mean, I knew that 2020 was going to be what you call my banner year, right? I opened Cangrejos Locos with a super rounding success. I opened it the January of 2020, and we were poised already to open 3 more branches. In fact, I signed the lease already for opening in BGC here in Capitol Commons, and I was just very, very objective. I was very optimistic about things. Right? For Sima, we were going to open during the time we wanted to up our restaurant. We wanted to make our restaurant more visible, right? So we closed down Trinoma to renovate it. We moved our Magnolia branch to a better location, right? And then Ayala by the Bay was under construction. That is aside from our 6 other branches. So I was gonna push Sima to 9 branches. It was very, very optimistic. Green Pastures was a brand that we wanted to bottle all the dressings and make the salad, the greens, more accessible. As you know, Green Pastures is all about eating in putting a lot of fiber in your system, eating high quality, good carbs and very healthy meats. That's really just the backbone of green pastures. And like everybody else, we were very optimistic. The pandemic came, and I knew already that there was a virus that was going around late January. But like everybody else, I thought that it was just going to stay in Hong Kong or China. Like SARS, like its cousin SARS. It would not reach the Philippines. So we proceeded with our plans, and by the middle of March, when I realized that this is going to hit the Philippines, we already as we al- we by the time the government did shut down the system, we went back to our drawing boards, and we thought of how we're going to be above this, and how to, I mean, my motto really is to define the moment and never let the moment define me. So what did we do? At first, if you look at our sales for SEMA, for my restaurants, it was always 10% takeout and delivery, 10% 10% takeout or curbside service, 10% third-party delivery, and about 80% dine-in. We had to, can we switch to the next slide, please? We had to restructure our menu. First, what we did was, we know for a fact that 75% of your menu items come from 25% of your offerings. So what we did was, we had to remove the 75% and focus with the 25% that's left. Now, these are the 25 most popular items. And reviewing the 25% that's left, we thought of what can we cross-utilize, how can we nourish, how can we heal, and how can we boost the health of our customers, how can we boost their immune system, and how can we heal and nourish their spirit, right? We had to work with a smaller inventory. Remember, I mean, I used to have a 65 to 70 item menu in my restaurants. I brought it down to a bare minimum of about 20 menu items. Very, very popular. Now, we focus only on dishes that are both dine-in and to-go friendly, right? And with flexible portion options. I did this across the board. I did this for SEMA, for Green Pastures, for SUV, and for all my other restaurants. The idea here is to make your menu efficient, small. You only, my kitchen used to run with 7 chefs per shift. I had to bring it down to 2 to 3 chefs per shift. That includes already the kitchen manager. I knew that the business was going to drop, right? So in anticipation to lower our labor costs, right? By of course, you need to talk to your employees and tell them that we have to shorten our shifts, right? And to last, or at least, for everybody to have a share of hours working. Not only that, we were able to shut down about 80% of our ovens. So right before, we were running with 4 to 5 ovens at the same time. Lower our gas expense by shutting down like half of the grill, and just keeping our operating costs at a minimum. Rent was almost very good, because rent was almost at only 5%. And for us to move forward, I talked to my team, how can we help our customers nourish, heal, and and boost their immune system, right? Next slide, please. I looked at my offerings. Next slide. And I realized my cuisine, which is Greek, and my sustainable restaurant called Green Pastures, my cuisine had a lot of ingredients that would help you heal, that would nourish you and boost your immune system. I had a lot of ingredients that are anti-inflammatory, right? I studied everything, and then I realized that the enemy really was eating wheat, soy, dairy, right? And what you need was a lot of probiotics. What you need is a lot of anti-inflammatory ingredients and a lot of vitamins and super fresh ingredients in your menu. So I played around with this and I included this in my offering, right? A lot of we came out with the green tea cheesecakes, lemon bars, and all the yogurt. I will show it to you later. I have all the pictures for that. Next slide, please. This is what you call a wellness shot. This is a 1.5 ounce, almost 60 ml shot of pure cold pressed juice, right? I have one that is what you call a immunity booster that supports overall, that boosts your immune system. And I have the orange one is called the Kids Sunshine Shot. It is a combination of carrot, apple, lemon, ginger, turmeric, and yacon syrup, since we can't use sugar. Sugar is the enemy. I have what you call a anti-inflammatory shot called Heal, where it's turmeric, pure turmeric, cold pressed turmeric, ginger, orange, and black pepper. And then the fourth one is very interesting. This is what you call we all know that the COVID virus clogs your veins, right? So we came out with Clear, which is a shot that's made out of garlic, lemon, ginger, apple cider vinegar, and organic honey. These are all shots that you take first thing in the morning, and this one up to now is selling. It's incredible, right? We're not done yet. We've focused also on kombucha. In fact, kombucha is a drink that has a SCOBY and has a lot of probiotics, right? We turned our Sima iced tea into a kombucha. This is our Green Pastures kombucha iced tea, right? We focused on frozen fresh Greek yogurt, right? As a dessert, right? We created smoothies in collaboration with Vitamix, right? We came out with about 7 or 8 smoothies, really fresh. The idea here is if you cannot eat your vegetables, might as well drink your vegetables. Next slide, please. We did a collaboration. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. I did a collaboration with the Baron Method, which is the Baron Method is a eating program, right? Focusing on the healing power of food. Now, the healing power of food is really just to avoid certain ingredients such as wheat, dairy, soy, simple sugars, bad fats, and favor whole grains and coconut. So even the oil, you focus on using coconut oil and stay away from genetically modified oil. And this is really to remove the maga or the inflammation in the body, right? To boost your immune system, to faster metabolism. I will show you the menu that I did for this one. And this one right now, my menu for this one is flying, and people are ordering this. It's incredible. We do ozonate our meats. It's a way of cleaning your meat. If you don't have access to organic meat, what we do is we ozonate it, right? we don't use anything that's processed, no MSG, and organic as possible as when possible. Next slide, please. Now, with our menu, to survive this, I looked at also my menus and and try to understand how we can cross utilize a particular ingredient and use it to the max and not to throw anything. I used duck for green pastures. This is an example of what I did. A whole duck, which costs about 300 pesos per kilo and weighs about 2.5 kilos, right? We were able to get 4 portions of breast at 150 grams per portion, right? With that breast, I would make a duck a la orange, which I'll show the picture later, and a duck salad. With the bones, we did a sauce brigade, which we served with our duck a la orange. With the leg, we made it into a confit, which became a duck banh mi and a duck adobo. And we also use it for a dish called our duck palabok and our duck silog, right? And the rillettes, which is the fibrous part that's mixed with fat, we came out with a poutine dish that's called duck yu. This is very popular. And the duck fat we use in our potatoes, in our duck fat potatoes. Why am I sharing you this? This is what you call efficiency in your menu items, using the whole animal and not throwing anything. I do believe that if you throw something in the garbage, you're throwing money away. So this is the example for duck. Next slide, please. Next one. That is my duck salad on the left, which is one of my most popular salads right now at Green Pastures. That is my duck a la orange. That is the sauce brigade underneath, and that's 150 grams of duck, and we do sell that at about 800 pesos. And at 800 pesos, it's selling so much. The one on top is our duck fries or duck yu, and then the one underneath is a duck confit palabok, which is selling incredibly right now in my concept called Green Pastures. Now, for salmon, on the next slide, I just wanted to share you how we cross-utilize it. We have the fillets. They go to a dinner plate, right? And then the belly, which is the not so popular part, goes to a particular dish called Solomon's pasta, wherein we mix it with the salmon skin, and the heads, right? It ends up as employees' meal because I do not have what's this? So once a week, when we have almost about 5 to 7 heads in the kitchen, we do serve it as employees' meals for the employees. And I mean, it's a time of the week wherein I share a meal with my employees also as well, because I look forward to what we call the Salmon Head Day. Next slide, please. Now, we also started making what you call our grab and go Greek. This is for Sima. During the pandemic, I noticed that the only food sector that was making good money and was not affected by the pandemic, it was the pizza. It was the pizza segment, right? And I realized how come people were ordering more pizzas? I realized it's because it comes in a box and it's easy to eat with your hands, right? We started coming out with this for Sima in Green Pastures. And little did we know, what happened was, instead of us selling to people who would rather eat their meals in the park, in the car, what happened was a new segment opened up. This is what you call the the virtual events group, wherein they send food packages to all the people who are attending meetings, virtual meetings. And then this one, for the virtual events, this became so popular that we, during the ECQ, this was one thing that was keeping us afloat. It was so popular that I think it would take up a good percentage of our sales, and I'm now deciding to keep this as a regular in our menu items. It's priced properly. Number one, there's an ample portion of fiber, very good protein. I'm using brown rice. There's a lot of vegetables there, and there's always a yogurt dip that goes with it. So, you know, again, you have to think of ways on how to go about and how to offer something different. And there's going to be a lot of other examples. Next slide, please. With the Baron method to go meals, what I told you guys a while ago, that we created a menu that doesn't have soy. Instead of soy, we use coconut aminos. Instead of dairy yogurt, we're using coconut yogurt, right? We stayed away from dairy. We stayed away from wheat, right? We now use cassava flour for frying our fried chicken, right? Now, this is the menu that I came out with for the Baron method. These are family to-go meals. This is the main objective of this is to give you dishes that would not cause inflammation, and yet to reintroduce good carbs to you. We're using basmati, and you can only eat rice for breakfast or for lunch. No rice after 12 in the afternoon, but you can now feast and lose weight at the same time and be healthy. I actually lost about 50 pounds on this eating program, and right now I'm telling you, it works. Remove inflammation in your body and boost with proper nutrition. You will lose weight. With this one, carbohydrates like rice, brown rice, and basmati rice is your friend, not your enemy. Next slide, please. We also I realized that most of our customers of our market, they're now in areas such as Nasugbu in Batangas. They went back to the provinces. Now we have what you call your DIY kits. This is our number one selling dish in Sima. Is called the Roca Salata. This is to ship Roca Salata to them using the bus, by plane, and for them to enjoy our salad in the comforts of their home in the province. We ship a lot of this to Batangas. We even ship this to Siargao, to Ilocos Norte, Ilocos Sur. Believe me, we shipped about 3 or 4 of this to Baguio, and it's something just to get your product out there. Paidakia at home, one of our most popular beef dishes called lamb ribs, right? What we did is we cooked it in a sous vide, put it in a vacuum pack, and then put it in a freezer. Now you can cook paidakia at a fraction of a cost at home anytime using only restaurant quality paidakia or lamb ribs using your toaster at home. Or you can just dip it in hot water and then put it in your toaster, and you're gonna have restaurant quality lamb ribs at home at any time of the day. So next slide, please. Next slide. Before the pandemic, I know one thing that made Sima ahead of everyone was we were able to launch our Sima party trays when the first lockdown happened, right? SIMA Party Trays was designed 2018, and I designed this because I noticed people were ordering those spaghetti in a bilao, right? And for parties. So what we did was I created a Greek equivalent to that. So we have like instead of bilao, we use a nicer packaging tray, right? This is good for 6 portions, good for 10, good for 12, right? And we came out with this. We were able to launch this during the first lockdown, and this actually kept us through, helped us go through the pandemic, and not even laying off a single employee because of the popularity of these dishes. Mother's Day 2020, I'll never forget, because we had record Mother's Day sales without dine-in, and only because customers were ordering the party trays like there's no other restaurant anymore in Metro Manila, and it's incredible. And up to now, this is one thing that's sustaining us also as well, even as we know that the dining crowd right now, they're not yet as excited to go to the restaurant right now and eat because of the virus that's still around us. Next slide. We also thought of coming out with a dish that will practically use inventory that we have and sell it, right, and not waste anything. We came out with a Creatica Merisi Basmati. In short, it's called the Greek shawarma rice. It boosts immunity, right? There's a lot of yogurt. We use basmati rice, which is actually a healthy rice alternative, right? I am not kidding, but this already represents 25% of our sales right now in the restaurant. It has become so popular, right, that people do come to the restaurant just to order this dish and roca salata. This was introduced only less than 6 months ago. People are just eating this. It's incredible, and it's something that I'm very, very happy about. Take out and dine in, very popular. So now, next slide, please. Of course, to make sure that people are protected and safe in the restaurant, right? We partnered with the best sanitary solutions, broad-based sanitizing solution, disinfectant, that would help us, that we can put on the food, on our environment, so people can feel safe, and we can spray on the table and spray on everything. As up to now, we don't have there's people getting infected in our restaurants. This is authorized. This is recommended by the USDA and the CDC in the United States, and it's super safe. And it's something that you have to consider. Instead of just using alcohol on everything, we partnered with this company to help us or guarantee our customers that our restaurant is safe, and you can safely remove your mask and eat the food. And we just recommend, with the protocols, to wear your mask right after you're eating. Next slide, please. This is the sanitation process that we do. We have what you call the foggers. That's in the restaurant that we keep running all the time. We do sanitize and steam our seats, our restrooms, our tables, and our everything all the time. I had to even buy a bigger dishwashing heater for our dishwashing machine so that to maximize the kill ratio for viruses in our plates. So we don't need to the water heater in our dishwashing machine is so high that it's literally you can't even touch the plates anymore. And that's to guarantee our customers that our plates are truly sanitized. So that's another step that we created. Now, next slide, please. Again, with us, we have what you call the store protocols, right? No mask. We have a sign. I wasn't able to put it here that we encourage people that if they're not putting food in their mouths, to wear the mask, right? So we're probably the only restaurant who encourages customers to wear a mask, especially when you're just chatting with your with the person you're having lunch or dinner with. So like everybody else, this is our store protocols, just to remind our customers that there's still we're still in the middle of a pandemic, and that social distancing is really encouraged. Next slide, please. This is what you call the WWF Sustainable Diner Program. Now, I'm joining all of this to tell you guys is that using social media, promoting myself in, let's say, Facebook or Instagram, there's
noise already. I have to switch because my microphone is wait, can you hear me? Okay. I have to switch to no, I have to promote myself because I know for a fact that Facebook and Instagram, there's so much noise, or there's so much what you call static already, that you will hardly get noticed. So I have to join all of this events, right? To share my my experience and my brand. And to you guys, I'm so happy there's about close to 5,000 people right now watching, right? And to share to you what I do. And the WWF Sustainable Diner Program is part of it. And to share them what we can do with local ingredients or local dishes. Like this is an upgraded version of pinakbet, right? This is to show the world what we can do with local Philippine vegetables. Became such a success that now they're asking me to help them create a book, right? And to be what they call their like a poster person, like their endorser for this. Next slide, please. Next slide. Same as East West Seed, right? This is a company that produces the seeds for all the vegetables sold in the Philippine markets. I will be working with them in a farm to table project up in Tagaytay for my new farm to table Greek concept, which it focuses on vegetables, locally sourced vegetables, right, served in a Greek manner. East West Seeds has been so I've been going around the country with them just to get myself visible to at least people can go to my restaurant. And this is just to make sure that my restaurant is very visible to the public. With that, the next slide. I was invited by hotels and as you know that there's not a lot of tourism that's happening right now in the provinces. I've been invited by a couple of hotels in Bicol, Naga, and this is the one that I did for Bohol, for Amorita Resort, wherein I came out with a 8-course dinner only for the locals. And we had this is the first big event that I had after the pandemic. This happened September 25, 2021. And this is the first time I actually cooked for a large group of customers in Bohol. We had about 100 guests, and it was, of course, done with social distancing and following strict government protocols. And it was an open air event, but it was such a successful event that a lot of hotels right now, even in Ilocos, are now calling me to do something for them. And this is just to serve the locals, especially now that right now that the borders are still closed, but of course opening up already. Now, next one. Oh, I think I'm almost in the end. Now, to end this, we're in the tail end. Actually, I consider this pandemic as what you call a World War III, right? We're in the tail end of the pandemic, right? My objective here is really to win this war, and how to make our bodies healthy, to boost your immune system, right? To make sure that my customers are all having dishes that gets rid of inflammation, right? Offer them products which nobody else is offering, right? That has a lot of anti-inflammatory properties. With a healthy body and a forward-thinking mindset, I know for a fact that I'll be helping out winning this war against COVID, right? So that we're gonna have a brighter future, saving our employees, and for them to keep their jobs, and helping also the government, and by paying by lifting our sales and being able to pay our taxes, and but the most important is offering a product out there that will make sure that your customers stay healthy and to live through this pandemic. Thank you very much. I hope you guys enjoyed what I presented. And all the pictures of the food, and stay safe, everyone. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Chef Robbie, for imparting us knowledge to rise above, especially during these trying times of pandemic. In this segment, we will entertain questions. Feel free to type your questions in the chat box or comment section.
All right. Thank you so much, Sir JP. Again, good morning to our speaker, Chef Robbie, and to our respected guest here in Zoom, Facebook, and to our viewers in our Facebook Live and YouTube. The virtual room is now open for your questions. Okay, in the interest of time, we will be accommodating 1 to 2 questions per speaker. Okay, so I guess while waiting for questions from our audience, let me just throw this question at you, Chef Robbie, if you don't mind. Okay, with our shifting towards the new normal, okay, there has been the resurfacing of culinary tourism again, and then you also have this what the new generation would dub as revenge dining. No, what would be your top of the mind considerations for this one? So just in a nutshell, just to wrap up all of the most important points in your lecture, Chef.
Well, I know, okay, the hospitality industry is not hospitable during the time of the pandemic, right? I'm very particular with engagement with customers, especially my servers. I mean, with service engagement, right? That stopped me from doing so. And telling my customers to order through a something that as boring as a cell phone, right? And removing, and removing the dining experience from the restaurant and just making the food shine itself without the engagement from the servers, from experiencing the dine. In SEMA, when you eat, there's the when you eat there, when you experience Greek food, you know right away that you're in the restaurant because people are shouting "opa" or you can smell. I have what they call a particular scent that I make sure that people smell when they go inside the restaurant. The smell of roasting lamb, right, and oregano. That's one thing that's super important. And you know what? That was removed, and what's left is really the food and that thing in social media where they have to order, and there's no restaurant experience. You cannot send that. You cannot multiply that in the dining room where they're eating your food, right? So what do we do about it? We try to make sure that our ordering system is more efficient, right? We try to make sure that our dishes will be super packed in a proper way and super colorful, even if they move it from the packaging to their serving at home, right? We have videos telling them on how to serving suggestions, right? And again, like what I said a while ago, hospitality industry is not hospitable anymore. So wherever you lack right now, you have to make up for it, not just with food, but with other services, right? Such as being efficient, such as being more mindful with even your pricing or your packaging and everything else. But hopefully we can go back to back to normal, right? But right now, as we speak, right, you have to excel in other ways, because I know people are not there yet. They're not yet. But it's something that's I'm very optimistic about. So.
Understand. Thank you so much, Chef Robbie. We are learning so much from you. I believe we can entertain one question from our audience here. For you, Chef. This is from Miss Solidum Danae. Okay. Good day, Chef. Out of curiosity, what is about Greek cuisine that you like about the most? And how do you entice Filipino food palate to come to like it?
Okay. Very good question. Greek is an archipelago. It's an archipelagic country with about 3,000 islands, same as the Philippines, right? Both countries rely on the sea for sustenance. There's not a lot of grazing lands like the Philippines. So if you think that Greece has a lot of cows, no. They have a lot of lamb, a lot of goats, right? They rely on the sea for sustenance, exactly like the Philippines, right? The Greeks, they love sour stuff. We have sinigang, they have avgolemono, right? Since their cattle are all working animals, right? In order to cook them, you do not just grill them, you have to braise them for a long time. They have what you call stefado, right? They have braised, it's all braised in tomato sauce. For me personally, Greek food is the most Filipino cuisine in Europe. Seriously, they love, Greece is the only country which has something that's similar to patis in the Philippines, right? It's just that back in year 2000, when I infused myself with Greek culture and Greek food, right? I had to learn a cuisine that I can present to the Philippines, right? Greece does not have a dairy industry that's as advanced as the French. So if you notice, their cheese is feta. It's a fresh salted feta that's similar to our quesong puti, right? Because the cheese that they're using, like the Philippines, they use a lot of goat and lamb cheese, right? Goats and lamb milk, like the Philippines, right? It's just that we do not have olive oil in this country, right? Because we don't grow olives. They are a country that has probably the best olive oil in the whole of Europe, even better than, for me personally, of course. Even the Italians are getting their olive oil in Greece right now, right? Because the Italians are very good in packaging all of this. But like what I told you, like the Philippines, Greece has highlands cuisine, has what you call the cuisine that's in the mountains. Greece has what you call lowlands or seafood or cuisine, same as here, right? The countries are, if you look at it, they're very similar. They eat together. In fact, when I stayed there for 6 months in my first trip, right? It's aside from the huge language barrier, it felt like I was really in the Philippines because of their, the way they do things, the way they cook, and their habits. It's amazing. Even their food, even they love spaghetti like the way we do it in the Philippines, right? It's just that with them they add a little bit more spices on. They put cinnamon in everything, right? And the connection between the two archipelagic countries is just, but it's just that the language barrier is just completely different. So, and remember, if you go to the Western world in popular areas, let's say in areas where there's a big Greek community and a big Filipino community, such as Chicago and Toronto, if you ask each progressive Pinoy, do you know anything about Greek food? They will tell you the whole menu. They'll know, oh yeah, of course we know moussaka, we know pasticcio, we know all of this, right? And then if you ask each Pinoy, they're very familiar with it. So that's why it pushed me to open a Greek restaurant in the Philippines, because of the acceptability of the Filipinos in these areas. So the nice thing about it is I'm ahead of even, I'm ahead of even the Greeks who try to open Greek restaurants in the Philippines. I kind of crushed them too. Yeah,
I understand, Chef. Knowing that Greek cuisine is one of the healthiest cuisine, especially the ones that are in Mediterranean cuisine, right?
And you know why? It's because of the high fiber vegetables, right? They have a dish called briam, which is exactly like our pinakbet, right? And it's just using a lot of olive oil, using good carbohydrates, right? They have good grains, right? They do use white rice in their dishes, right? But it's, for me personally, it's the most Filipino country in Greece,
right?
in Europe.
Yeah, and with the similarities in our ingredients, it's very easy to cross-utilize and indigenize.
It's just that it's hard because when you say chicken, they say kotopolo. When you say pork, it's hirine, and it's complete. Okay. And then and their shrimp is called garides. So it's just completely different. You have to learn a new language to cook.
Right. I understand. Chef, I really wish we could talk more of this, but in the interest of time, we can only accommodate a few questions. Yeah. And thank you so much for answering the question. Ma'am Solidum, I hope that answers your question. So again, I will now turn you over to our host, Sir JP.
Thank you very much, Chef Robbie. I am a very big fan of your restaurant back in Ayala in Cebu. And surely that our aspiring culinary in Solidum is very happy to hear such wisdom from a very successful and a very well-seasoned chef restaurateur. And thank you for imparting us knowledge in transcending the barriers of the world of advanced nutrition and culinary, global cuisine, and financial management, especially during these times of pandemic. And to present the certificate of appreciation to Chef Robbie, may I call on Mr. Michael Angelo Peralta, our chairperson for this conference.
Thank you very much, Chef Ian. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. To award the certificate of appreciation to Chef Robbie Gocco, let me read the citation. Philippine Women's University School of Hospitality Management proudly present the certificate of appreciation to Chef Raul Roberto Gocco for sharing his time and expertise as the resource speaker for the conference entitled Above and Beyond, Advancing Culinary Arts, 3 Emerging Trends in Global Cuisine, Tourism and Hospitality Marketing, Financial Management and Nutrition. given this 12th day of February 2022 at the Philippine Women's University, Taft Avenue, Manila, signed by Dr. Jocelyn Sardenia, Professor, School of Hospitality Management, and Dr. Efraimel Jose Baliana, Dean, School of Hospitality Management. Again, our honor and privilege to hear from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely amazing, Mr. Peralta. Once again, a big hand of virtual applause to Chef Robbie Gocco. We are very honored to know more about transcending the barriers in our industry and how it really helps every business. May we hear one last time from Chef Robbie for his message to our fellow industry friends?
Well, thank you very much, everyone. I hope that I'm able to impart something, and eat healthy, right? Boost your immune system, and take a lot of anti-inflammatory ingredients, and that's one way to make your body go through this pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chef Robbie, and you are such an inspiration, especially to me personally. And now for our second speaker, may we call Miss Micaela Icaza from the Certificate Committee to introduce our second speaker for today.
Thank you very much, Chef Ian. Moving forward, our second speaker who will discuss the adaptability of the hospitality industry during the COVID-19 crisis is a restaurant manager in the City of Dreams, Manila. She was assigned to a 315 seating capacity buffet restaurant and currently works in the casino service bar. She started her career in the hospitality industry as an intern in the Marriott Hotel Manila's coffee shop and worked her way up as a supervisor in 2014. In 2015, she joined Integrated Resort, City of Dreams Manila, and worked as an assistant manager. And through her hard work and dedication, she was promoted as a restaurant manager in just 2 years. Throughout her career, she received the awards such as 2012 Marriott Hotel Manila Associate of the Quarter, 2012 Mabuhay Awards nominee representing Marriott Hotel Manila, 2017 Leader of the Quarter, and 2017 Leader of the Year. So in this instant, please welcome Ms. Leslie Francisco.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to our professors and to our students who are joining this call today. It's an honor to be joining everyone in this call. I hope you guys could hear me. Just allow me to share my screen. All right. Again, good morning. My name is Leslie Francisco, and today I will be talking about adaptability of the hospitality industry during the COVID-19 crisis. So COVID-19 crisis, we all know how this has been a difficult times for every one of us. The COVID-19 crisis doesn't only affect us in the hospitality industry, but also worldwide, especially the healthcare workers. So of course, this COVID-19 crisis is still uncertain. We still don't know when it will end. We don't know as to when we are going to allow the international business travelers to come back again. But of course, we're very hopeful to that, for example, we are very looking forward to welcoming back our guests and of course, our international business travelers. So first, allow me to discuss the objective of this presentation. So why is it important? So this is important to better understand the importance of adaptability in any given situation and to further enhance awareness in dealing with changes in an organization. So when we talk about changes, there could be a lot of changes that could happen in a hospitality industry. So currently we're experiencing the changes due to COVID-19 crisis. But for some, it could be like another crisis or another disaster. Like for example, in the provinces, there are a lot of typhoons. And for example, there could be a lot of changes in a system, in the processes, or it could be a change in, for example, in a market change or how the consumer behaves. Or there could be a lot of changes in an organization, it's very important for us to identify those changes and adapt accordingly. Right? So, of course, what's in it for you? This is, of course, for you students to encourage and for you to encourage students and future hospitality professionals to work on innovations that may reshape the future of hospitality. So any one of us could be a game changer. Any one of us could perhaps formulate a great idea that could reshape the future of hospitality. So we're looking forward to that innovations, and perhaps on maybe next meeting, next webinar, you could be the one standing in front of the class sharing your ideas. But of course, how are we going to do that? Of course, we have to immerse ourselves in the complex world of hospitality industry first. Of course, we have to know the processes, the system, so how does it work? And from there, we could perhaps formulate new ideas on how we could be better in serving our customers, our guests, and it could also help other hospitality industry. So there. So, adaptability. So, looking at the word cloud of the word adaptability, we could see here positive words that are really like moving forward. So, they are transform, evolution, business improvement, transformation, survival, innovation. So, these are a lot of positive words that we are seeing that is really towards moving forward. And by definition, we define adaptability as the quality of being able to adjust to new conditions. So when we say new conditions, it means it's not the same, right? So when we say new conditions, there's a change that has happened. And it's very important that we are aware of that changes so we know how we could adapt into that situation accordingly. We could just like formulate an idea without a basis. So we really have to identify first what are the changes that has happened for us to formulate an effective idea that we could also cascade to our team. So allow me to briefly discuss the changes due to COVID. These are just a few that I personally saw in the hospitality industry that I am on. So these are just a few. I know there are a lot of changes, and we'll be discussing a little bit more regarding this on the slides that is coming up. So first is the travel restrictions. So this has been, of course, one of the guidelines and an instruction from World Health Organizations as well. So what did we do when we were told that there's going to be a travel restriction? So of course, we have to make some arrangement with work from home. So perhaps you might ask, isn't it that hospitality industry a human to human interaction? So people interaction. Yes, that is right. Hospitality is about that. But we also have to consider that we have other team in the hospitality industry, such as sales and marketing. So our sales and marketing were on a work from home arrangement by that time. So during that time that we are on a lockdown, our sales and marketing are already creating ideas and marketing plans that at least they could lay it to us once we go back to work. So at least there's already a plan, and when we go back to work, we could just implement it and just follow through, right? So next, of course, is the hotel operation. So how does this change during the COVID-19 crisis? So during the lockdown, we know for a fact that a lot of hotels have to stop their operations. So the rooms have to stop selling, and of course, they have to stop accepting reservations and booking. And because of that, some of the hotels they still find creative ways to utilize their space. So what happened was some was utilized as a quarantine facility. So by this, of course, we're also helping other employees to keep their job, and at least there's still a revenue that is coming to the hotel or to the property. So closure of restaurant. So we've seen in the news that there were a lot of closure in restaurants, whether it's temporary and permanent. It's very sad that there were some restaurants that had to close down permanently. So what happens to the other restaurants that was closed temporarily? So in the current area that I'm working on, so the restaurant that is closed temporarily were used as an extension of employee dining room. So when we talk about COVID-19 crisis and the health and safety it entails, of course, we're not only talking about the wellness and the safety of our customers. We also have to take care and we also have to make sure that our employees are really safe during their stay at work. So um, we have to open up another space wherein our employees could recover, could enjoy their meals or recuperate, and at least they could still feel safe whenever they are at work. So in relation to the closure of restaurant, another thing in the restaurant is, of course, the social distancing. So what we did when we were told that we have to open at a 50% maximum seating capacity. So currently right now we are alert level 2 and the allowable seating capacity in the restaurant is at 50%. So what we did, of course, we have to rearrange the table setup. So the guest has to see once they enter the restaurant that the tables are strategically placed that is just enough meters or just enough space away from other guests, just so at least they could still confidently remove their mask while dining in the restaurant. So they could still feel safe dining with their families. And another one, and the saddest of all, of course, is the employee layoff. So during COVID-19 crisis, we have seen hospitality professionals who were laid off from work, which is a sad news. And of course, what happens was when we returned to work, there were positions that are empty. And to be able to operate again, we still have to fill that positions. So just an example, for example, we have cashiers before, but since some of the cashiers were laid off, we have to train our waiters and other employees to be the cashier to be able to still operate the hotel and the restaurant. And just recently, I also have one employee who were transferred permanently to IT department. So during the COVID-19 crisis, he was borrowed because he has to fill in a position. At first, he was just training, but then he developed and he discovered that he also liked to be in that work environment. So that's also a career growth for other employees as well. So it's not only the hotel operations, the restaurant operations that has changed, okay? So the consumer behavior and habits also evolved during the COVID-19 crisis. So we'll be discussing this one by one on the coming slide. So health and safety, wellness, consumption and spending, digitalization, remote working, tourism and travel, and sustainability. So first is the health and safety. So health and safety considerations are important factor for consumer travel experience. So since COVID-19 crisis, since COVID-19 crisis is a matter of public health, so the guests are now more aware and pay more attention when it comes to health and safety. So we have to be transparent. We have to let our customers know that we are really taking proper steps, and we are intensifying the sanitizing and the cleaning program that we have in place. So this photo right here is an actual photo in the lobby. Of course, it is strategically placed in a way that is uh, very visible to the guests. So once they enter the hotel, they could see that there's an advisory showing the steps that we took just to address the situation. So, for example, in dining, these are the steps that we took to address the situation. We intensified the cleaning. We will remove the table setup, and we will just set it up when you enter, just so we could ensure that the cutleries and the glasses are really clean and sanitized. Right, and next one is the wellness. So some of the suffering related to COVID-19 can be lessened if we are able to strengthen our wellness foundation. So it was discussed earlier by Chef Robbie how important the wellness of the person, of course, just to be able to fight off the virus. So I believe that, and we have seen a lot of awareness now when it comes to the consumers and to the guests choosing healthier options. So a lot of hotels and a lot of restaurants now are really promoting healthy options in their menu, because we understand that this is a big factor in fighting off the virus. And of course during that time that we are also isolated, um, our mental health were also affected by it. So we are really encouraging the travel wellness as well. So that could be also an option for other customers. All right. Next is consumption and spending. So how does the consumer behavior and habits evolve when it comes to consumption and spending? So right now, there will be more pre-planning and less spontaneous purchasing. So big factor in doing that, of course, because there are unemployment and there is still uncertainty when it comes to the economy. So the consumers are really spending more of their money for the basic necessities. So how does it affect us? So before this certain guest, Mr. Juan de la Cruz, he, for example, is reserving for a table for like 3 to 4 times a week, because sometimes we really have a guest who spend a lot of time in the restaurant and just really love the restaurant and book a lot of time. So if before they are booking several times a week, now they could just book one or twice a week, or maybe sometimes twice in a month. So their priorities in spending really changed. And of course, it's addressing that situation, the consumption and spending. We are now really prioritizing the prices and the value of the food that we put into the guest. All right. So next, of course, in relation also to consumption and spending, is the digitalization. So during lockdowns, consumer experience the convenience of home delivery service and willing to continue with this alternative. To be honest, before COVID-19 crisis, I was not really a fan of the online delivery system or online shopping, because I just don't feel safe before. But since the COVID-19 crisis and with all the lockdowns, I felt that I had to try it as well. And it turned out that it's really convenient. Now I understand why a lot of people are really into online delivery and online shopping, because it's really, really convenient. So, and now, even after COVID-19 crisis, consumers are still willing to continue this alternative. And as a matter of fact, some restaurants and some hotels are partnering up with other home delivery home delivery service, just so they could still cater to their guests, even if they are on lockdown or even if the guests are not able to go out of their houses. So what the hotels and other restaurants are doing right now are they are creating like set meals or bento boxes. So at least when they partner up with this home delivery system, they could still reach out to their customers. So next is remote working. So as teleworking has proven to be successful, it looks like many organizations will maintain this concept as a definite hybrid alternative for workers. So when we talk about remote working or work from home arrangement, so how does this evolve when it comes to the consumer habits? Um, for example, the guest has to work, but right now, instead of just working in the office, if they are in a work from home arrangement, they could perhaps stay in a hotel and do their work in a hotel space, in a room, in a hotel room. So we call it business leisure as well. So there are a lot of hotels that are doing it right now. Of course, they are being creative in marketing their rooms. And if before we are into home away from home, when we stay in a hotel, we say it's a home away from home. Now it could be more of a office away from office because we'll be staying in a hotel we could still enjoy and yet supporting still the hospitality industry. Next is tourism and travel. So travel restrictions during this crisis have led to new ways of looking at travel and tourism by consumers. So definitely our consumers, us, and any one of us could still travel in the future. I mean, even if we have COVID-19 crisis right now, we still want to travel, right? So, but with the changes due to COVID-19 crisis, we have seen that there are a lot more of the greener destinations. So the consumers now want more area that is a greener, more outdoor, and of course they want to spend more time in a less crowded area, of course, because they still want to enjoy their vacations with their family, especially with little kids as well. So the trend right now is looking for more greener destinations. So next in my slide is sustainability. So consumer behavior will be more oriented towards reduced and conscious consumption and minimal waste. So even before COVID-19 crisis hit, um, this has already been in the talk. So the organizations, a lot of groups, restaurants, hotels are already talking about this sustainability. So this is already in the process. And right now that we experience COVID-19 crisis, the consumers, a lot more people are more aware that they have to take care of the environment as well. So right now, of course, since the COVID increases the awareness of the companies and the guests, we are now in other restaurants and hotels are offering more sustainable products, and the guests are also looking for responsible brands. And that's very important that we are also taking care of the environment because we all will benefit from it as well. So next is, of course, the adaptability of hotel industry. So first on my list is planning. All right. So planning is the key in all business. So we cannot just put up a business without planning, right? So it all has to start with a plan. So now operating departments will need to establish new standard operating procedures and action plans to address the situation. So like for example, when COVID-19 crisis happened, what did we do in the restaurant? So we have to incorporate in our service standard, in the standard operating procedures, the health declaration form. So if before the hostess will just lead them to the table, the hostess will greet them, they lead them to the table. Now they have to scan for the health declaration form. They really have to declare for they're sick to be able to protect the other customers as well. And there are also additional, like for example, the face mask envelope. So we have to offer that as well as part of the new standard operating procedure. So there could be a lot of changes in the standard operating procedures and action plans that we have to implement to address the situation. So hotel design. So how does the hotel design adapt? So the physical concept of hotels must be rethought. So right now we are more on the minimalist design. We are removing non-essential elements, like for example, the decorations, some cushions, and newspapers or magazines. So some of those has to be taken away, but it was the alternative was that we created a QR code wherein the guest could scan the QR code and they could, for example, read the newspaper from their phone. So from there, they don't have to touch the newspaper that was touched by the delivery man and from the printing. So it's now it's now contactless. Next is sales and marketing strategies. So as mentioned earlier, our sales and marketing are formulating new strategies to market the hotel. So they have to be creative. There has to be a creative way to attract new clients. For example, some of the hotels right now are available for room day rentals. So those are just example, and some room spaces are also being converted into a working space or into an office. So just at least they could still adapt into the situation. Next is people management. So again, we're not only focusing on our customers, we're not only focusing on the wellness of our customers. It is also very important that we take care of our employees. And of course, during lockdown, that was several months at home. So when we come back to work, like personally, when I come back to work, I also felt anxious and I felt afraid as well coming back to work. That's why organizations and our HR team, they are uh, they are doing this reorientation just so at least they could welcome back the employees. So these are the difference that has happened. This is the new implementation. So this is what we are going to do to be safe. And of course, prior to going back to work as well, the employees are also required to undergo RT-PCR or antigen test just so they could be safe going back to work as well. So, and of course, we have to be provided by proper trainings and personal protective equipment as well for us to be able to do our job properly and still be safe. So health and safety. Health and safety measures will be without doubt the area where hotels will need to focus their efforts. So really health and safety is a lot are really paying more attention to this because the COVID-19 crisis, this is a really a public health safety or issue. So a lot of hotel chains have intensified their safety and cleaning programs, and these are just a few of those hotels and resorts, and their cleaning, safety and cleaning programs. So again, this is being visible, and the hotels are being transparent in showing these programs, and these are being posted in their lobby, or this is being communicated by the concierge team to the customers as well, so the guests would feel confident in staying into the property. Right. So next is hotel operation. So how does the hotel operation should adapt into this kind of situation in the COVID-19 crisis? So first is information technology. So in the Department of Information Technology, they have to invest in new technology. Like for example, the QR codes. They really have to create QR codes so there would be contactless payment, or contactless newspaper and reading material. So there, auto check-in and check-out. Some hotels are now doing the mobile check-in, wherein they no longer have to speak with the front desk agent upon checking in. So prior to prior to their arrival to the hotel, they could already check in using their phones, and when they arrive into the hotel, they could just get the key and go directly to their room. So that's less contact as well. So mobile payments, we've seen a lot of this, even not in the hospitality industry, even the supermarket. So there are a lot of mobile payments as well using QR codes. Then there's also augmented and virtual reality systems in MICE. And of course, there's also virtual tourist guides and increased service experience and efficiency. So next is in food and beverage department. So the food and beverage department have to adapt as well. And first of all, we have to do the staff training. So the guests have to be aware first of the new system, the new standard operating procedure that is in place. So they have to, assist the guest in a manner that is also safe for the employee and also safe for the guest as well. So again, the table setting and layouts has been rearranged. It has to be rearranged in a way that is safe, strategically placed, that is just enough space away from other customers. And adaptation of services, like for example, in buffet service. So if before, in a buffet restaurant, the guests could just take their food, right? They would touch the serving gear and get salad, get pastries or dessert. But now we have to place one employee, waiter or chef in a buffet station to be able to assist our customers in all the stations, so that the guests will not have to touch anything or even the serving gear from the buffet line. So there are also acrylic barriers that is being placed just so it could also be protected. Right. Next is new strategies for takeaway and delivery services. So it was also mentioned earlier that some hotels, some food and beverage departments, some restaurants are partnering up with riding delivery service. So this has always been an option, just so we could still reach out to our customers, just so the guests could still try our food without even going out of their houses. So adaptation of room service and mini bar. So there could be some changes in the room service. If before the guest, or sorry, the waiter, the room service waiter, if before the room service waiter will go up to the room and get inside the guest room. But now, they could just go into the door and doesn't have to go inside the room anymore. This is also to protect the customers and the employees as well. And of course, the accessibility to vending machines, there could be like just as simple as bottled water that could be taken from the vending machine. So revenue management, so short-term forecasting, adjust to changing demand patterns, efficient monitoring, avoid price wars by offering value instead of discounts, and encourage cross-selling. So an example of offering value instead of discount is that, for example, in minibar. So some hotels right now are including the minibar items into their room package. So they're adding value into the room package instead of offering discounts. So, and also the guest doesn't have to go into the front desk to pay for their room service or minibar consumption. They could just check out and just less contact as well. And of course, we also have to encourage cross-selling, like for example, other facility or other amenities, other services available in the property like spa. So we also have to cross-sell that as well. So next is front of the house. So appropriate signage, logbook of actions, hygiene SOPs in public areas, updated info to clients from concierge and reception department. So this is what I mentioned also earlier, that we have to be transparent to our customers. We have to let them know that we're intensifying our cleaning and sanitation program as well. So next is maintenance or our engineering team. So of course, our maintenance engineering team has a role as well in adapting during COVID-19 crisis. So of course, we have to review the ventilation system and the water treatment, the sanitization of all surfaces, and proper functioning of laundry and dishwashing department. So this will also be because of the intensification of the health and safety. So it's very important they also sanitize the areas that is being used. So next is sales and marketing. So offer creative promotions, attract local guests, partnership with other brands or industries, increase awareness, social network, website, SEO and positioning. So again, the sales and marketing have to be very creative now in reaching out to our customers. So there's a change in the system or change in the demand, change in the market. They really have to be on top of that. Right now, we have to attract more local guests due to the travel restriction, since currently we are not allowing more international business travelers. We really have to focus on our local market. So we have to attract them to stay in our restaurant, in our hotel, and to, of course, to spend as well. So, and of course, health and safety. So this is not only the work of our housekeeping team, it could be a work of everyone as well. So cleaning, hygiene and security protocols, certified action plans, World Health Organization, compliance, sanitary authority guidelines. So given the World Health Organization guidelines, we have to look at it and we will see how we could apply that into our current operation. So the guests will also be particular and will see that if we are really implementing this strategy, so we really have to be strict, for example, in physical distancing. We have to constantly remind our guests to physically distance or to always wear their mask. So there. Next is innovations. So there could be a lot of innovations that could come along the way. There are a lot of changes that could happen, and the innovations will definitely come because of the changes that has happened. So again, it is very important that we are aware what are the changes that has happened to be able to create an effective idea that could address the situation. So for technology, some innovations in technology, the examples of some of those are, for example, some hotels now or some website have chatbot wherein their queries could be answered. They don't need to have like an actual person answering their questions. There could be a chatbot already. For example, another innovation could be biometrics to enter the room. So this is just another innovation. No need for the key. If before we're using the actual key, then we innovate to key card. In the future, we could be using our biometrics or unique QR codes as well. And for the design, again, we are looking to a more minimalist design. So removing extra decorations, or we are removing the non-essential items in the design as well. And of course, the multifunction spaces are also rising in popularity. Like for example, in a lobby where it could also be a workstation, or it could also be like a waiting lounge. So that could also be an innovation in design. Next is marketing. So innovations in marketing. For example, here is one hotel or a restaurant partnering up with a local farm. So they could set up a table, for example, and just do the dining experience in the farm. So they could pick out the vegetable fresh from the farms, then prepare the dish there and serve immediately. So that's really fresh. The guests could see how fresh the vegetables and the food that is being prepared. And it's also another experience for the guest as well, instead of the normal dining experience in the restaurant. So that's another marketing innovations of some restaurants and hotels. And of course, personalized service. Because of the customer feedback, somehow we are predicting the guest preferences from food and to the temperature that they like in the room. So it's very important as well that we innovate into this area as well. Right. So allow me to share my professional experience during the pandemic. So prior to pandemic, I guess even on the early days of my career, I've already learned uh, the importance of adaptability. So I was first as an OJT. By the way, I started as an intern. As an OJT, I was first assigned into the kitchen. So I was really shy and I'm an introvert. But then I had to be reassigned to the front of the house department. So for me, that was already a big change because I'm not really a people person. But then I realized that I have to adapt into the situation, that I need to grow and then I need to learn. And so from that adaptability, I realized that I could use that in growing. And as my career progresses, I always value the adaptability. So even now that I'm working during COVID-19 crisis, just recently, just to share with you, I was assigned in different outlets during the surge of the Omicron variant last January. So since some of the managers and the supervisors were sick, so I was assigned to different restaurants, like in Japanese restaurant, in this bar, or in a Chinese restaurant. So we really need to adapt into the situation. We really need to adjust and be flexible and be open to new learnings as well. Same goes with the hospitality industry as well. Of course, in any situation, in any changes that has happened, we should know how to adapt into the situation, because to be able to survive in this industry, or to be able to last long in this kind of industry, we have to know um, how are we going to address those changes, how are we going to deal or to cope up with those changes as well, right? And with that, allow me to share what Charles Darwin stated once. So it is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. So with that being said, thank you very much. That ends my presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. The pleasure is all ours, Ms. Francisco. We appreciate you for sharing your expertise in adaptability of the hospitality industry during the COVID-19 crisis. And now, for your questions and clarifications, please type it in the comment section or the chat box.
All right. Thank you so much, Ma'am Leslie. I believe we are
you.
picking so much from you and our viewers as well. No? As a matter of fact, they have a couple of questions for you. No? For our first question, this one is from Mr. Levis James Bakuyag, all the way from Nawag City. And he asked, what are some of the biggest challenges and opportunities for ecotourism? I believe this is with respect to your company or to your establishment.
The biggest challenge, right now, of course, we're still looking for in welcoming back our customers right now. So, COVID-19 crisis is still our biggest challenge, and when it comes to ecotourism, our customers right now, as I mentioned earlier, are looking for greener destinations. Good thing that we have al fresco dining. We have outdoor dining experience that at least we could still cater to our customers. So knowing that in an integrated resort, most of our restaurants are indoor, but of course, due to the increase or due to the changes in COVID-19 crisis, so a lot of guests are really looking forward to dining outdoor. And it's a good thing that we have outdoor dining restaurants as well, just so at least we could still cater to those clients.
All right. Siguro as a follow-up question to that first question, Ma'am Leslie, are there any tangible programs or projects that your company came up with, perhaps to collaborate with another company to promote or to revive our tourism, something like that? Meron po ba?
Currently, due to the fluidity of the situation, we are still coming up with concrete ideas on how to properly address and partner up with organizations. But before, prior to this pandemic, we've already partnered up with sustainability organizations wherein they are delivering sustainable fishes, sustainable seafoods. But currently, due to the fluidity of the situation, we still have to plan and create concrete decisions when it comes to partnering up with other organizations.
All right. Thank you. Sir James, I hope the answer of Ms. Leslie is sufficient enough. For our second question, Ma'am Leslie, this is from Ms. Danny Danril from Bacolod City. And she asked, Ms. Leslie, good morning. In this new setup or new normal, what is the best action plan you're implementing right now in the restaurant that would still imply the meaning of hospitality?
During this time, it is really difficult when it comes to hospitality because our customers cannot see the smiles on our faces, right? But since we changed the standard operating procedures, we still have to ensure that we let our customers feel that they are welcome. Although now there could be less talking to the guest. If before we spend a lot of time talking to the guest, right now we are still addressing that situation by checking back on them. We have this gesture wherein we put our palms into our hands and bow, just so we could greet them, and they could also feel that we are being respectful as they enter, and as we welcome them into the restaurant. So as simple as that. Of course, the smile could also be seen in our eyes, and the way we talk to our customers, that's also very important. We have to be calm, and the intonation is also very important, since the guest is not seeing the smile on our faces as well. So I mean, but the eyes says it all. I mean, we could see the sincere smile in the eyes rather than in the lips.
Right. Okay, I agree with you on that, Ma'am Leslie. And we do really have to be creative. Going into the new normal. So, Miss Danny, I hope that answers your question as well. Thank you so much, Ma'am Leslie. To keep the ball rolling, I will turn you over back to Chef Ian.
Thank you so much, Miss Leslie Francisco, for sharing to our right now 1,000 viewers on Facebook and YouTube your hospitality and tourism knowledge and strategies for inspiring us to be resilient and adaptable during this pandemic. And to present the certificate of appreciation to Miss Leslie Francisco, please welcome Miss Kat Mendoza, our program committee head.
All right. And to award the certificate of appreciation to Miss Leslie Francisco, let me read the citation. Philippine Women's University School of Hospitality Management presents the certificate of appreciation to Leslie Francisco for sharing her time and expertise as the resource speaker for the conference entitled Above and Beyond, Advancing Culinary Arts Through Emerging Trends in Global Cuisine, Hospitality Marketing, Financial Management, and Nutrition, given this 12th of February 2022 at the Philippine Women's University, Taft Avenue, Manila. Signed by Dr. Jocelyn Sardenia, Professor, School of Hospitality Management, and Dr. Eframuel Jose Abeliana, Dean, School of Hospitality Management. Again, our pleasure to hear from you, Miss Leslie. Thank you very much.
Thank
And
you.
before you leave us, Miss Leslie Francisco, any last message for our future industry fellows?
Mhm. To all future hospitality professionals, of course, keep your heads up, have faith, because we'll all come back into new normal again. The consumers will still travel, will still experience hospitality industry. So just hang in there and just continue studying hospitality trends, and keep on attending webinars such as this one, so you'll have more knowledge and be more equipped when you go into the actual world of the hospitality industry. Again, thank you so much for joining us, and looking forward to be working with some of you in the future. Thank you very much.
Once again, thank you so much, Miss Leslie, for that. And woo, that was definitely mind-blowing. We just had two, and there's more to go. And there's two more to go that will share their expertise with us. But are we still okay, ladies and gentlemen? Because, there's so much things to learn for today.
Nothing to oppose here, Sir JP. I did not expect this conference to be this fruitful. I hope we still have energy for the last two speakers. And to make sure we're still awake, we're gonna have some trivia game. We will be asking questions that has something to do about the webinar. The first ones who will get the answer correctly will win prizes. So make sure your fingertips are ready to type in your answers. And now to start.
All right. Thank you so much, Chef Ian. So I hope everyone is ready for our first question. My colleagues will help me. This new mananalo who will be qualified as winners. Now, what is the first for our first question? So what is the webinar's full title?
Another thing in the restaurant is, of course, the social distancing.
Sorry about that. Again, let me throw out the first question for our viewers. What is the webinar's full title?
All right, so we are asking here the full title of our webinar for today, ladies and gentlemen. So whoever answers first by commenting your answer will definitely receive a 300 peso GCash credit, and that will be sent directly to your account. You will be contacted, of course, by our internal team in regards on this prize as well. So we are confirming our admins who has the first one who were able to answer it correctly. And let me just confirm. I think for question number one, we already have a winner.
Hey,
right, Sir Adrian?
Yes. For question number one, we have a correct answer from Miss Sharni Arias. Okay, and her answer is above and beyond, advancing culinary arts through emerging trends in global cuisine, tourism, and hospitality marketing, and financial management and nutrition. So congratulations again, Miss Sharni Arias.
All right.
This one correct.
For Ms. Sharni Arias, again, congratulations. You will be contacted by one of our internal team on how you can claim your prize, your 300 peso GCash credit for that prize. Again, congratulations to Ms. Sharni. And it pays well if you're if you have a sharp mind and quick fingers in typing those answers. And of course, we have another question, right, Sir Adrian?
Yes. For our question number two, are you ready? So for our question number two, what is the topic of the second speaker? Again, what is the topic of our second speaker? You may now type in your answers.
All right, please make sure to type that one correctly so that you get the chance to win the 300 GCash credit. All right, and by the way, guys, while we are waiting for the answer, may I remind you to like, follow, and subscribe to our Facebook page at pw.official fan page and our YouTube account at pwu_official. And we're just confirming with our admins. Oh, I think we have a winner, Sir Adrian.
Yes. Okay, for our second question, our winner is Miss Pauline Barrera. Okay, and she answers adaptability of the hospitality industry during the COVID-19 crisis. This is correct. Congratulations, Miss Pauline.
All right, congratulations, Miss Pauline. You can definitely treat yourself some coffee after this webinar of ours. All right, good job. So you'll be contacted as well by our internal team on how you can claim your prize from us. Okay, and Sir Adrian.
All right, for question number three, before we move on to our next speaker. Okay, how many speakers are we having for today? Okay, how many speakers are we expecting to talk to today? You now type in your answers. So while waiting, Sir JP.
All right, so again, guys, the question is, how many speakers are we having for today? Again, the first one who can answer correctly will definitely receive the prize that the 300 peso GCash credit.
All right, Sir JP, I believe we have now a winner. Okay, and this is Mr. John Ray Delevius. He answers 4 speakers. This is correct. Congratulations, Sir John Ray.
Wow, congratulations to Mr. John Ray. You will definitely be contacted by our internal team so that you can claim your prize accordingly. Wow, so congratulations to all of our winners. And, that was fun. And thank you, everyone, for participating. That is indeed thrilling. And now let's move on to our third speaker. Allow me to call Ms. Cecil Tuliao, member of our program committee, to welcome our next speaker.
Okay, thank you, Sir JP. He graduated from Lyceum of the Philippines University with a Doctor of Philosophy in International Hospitality Management degree. He is an advocate for cultural and culinary heritage and has a plan to propose the reinstitutionalizing heirloom recipes in the Philippines. He has 13 years of experience as University Assistant Professor in Pampanga and is a certified guest service professional through the American Hospitality and Lodging Educational Institute in Orlando, Florida. A certified hospitality professional from the Institute of Hospitality and Tourism Professionals in London, UK, and a certified professional member of the Asia Pacific Institute for Events Management in Oakwood, Leeds, UK. Studied culinary arts in Thai Cooking Academy in Phuket, Thailand, and Daegu Health College located in Daegu, South Korea. He has a solid 9 years experience as a restaurant, cafe, resort, and hotel industry practitioner, as well as a business consultant and R&D specialist. He is currently the general manager of the Old Garden Hotel and its sister properties, the Marifa Hotel and the Eastbound Hotel. And now, please welcome Dr. Romulo Roms Mendoza Jr. A big virtual round of applause.
Yes, hello. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Doctor.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, loud and clear, Doctor.
Okay, so I'll be sharing my slide. Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes, Doctor.
Okay, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow speakers, to the graduate students of the Philippine Women's University, the organizers, and to the Dean, Dr. Efremanuel Jose Abellana. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this event. To the Zoom and Facebook attendees and to the online world, good morning to all of you. So please, can you type 1 on your chat box so that I know who are here in the Zoom meeting and at the same time, kung nandito pa po ang lahat ng mga participants natin and they are all active, to learn more about what is the hospitality and tourism hacking your way to the predictability against the pandemic. Can you please type 1 on your chat box, please? Ayan, marami na nag-shot ng 1 sa ating chat box. So thank you very much for those people who are participating right now. So mabuhay and malaos ko po in my dialect in Kapampangan. So marami pong salamat for all of you attending this virtual event that we do have, and at the same time for welcoming us once more in the hospitality industry. As we all know that the industry already been opened last February 10, 2022 for all of the vaccinated individuals, especially for the foreigners and our local Filipinos who are going back in the Philippines. So let me start my presentation with this one. 1% better every day leads to incredible results. This will always be my platform of my endearment in my workplace, in the teaching academy, and at the same time in the industry itself. I always make it sure that every day I wake up, every day that I'll be doing something, it will have a 1% better every day. So with this one, can everyone type 2 if you are ready for the vacation 2022? Please type 2. Ayan, they are all ready. Okay, so marami na mga ready to have your vacation for 2022, and some of you already had your vacations. Okay, so marami pong salamat ulit sa inyong lahat sa puspusan pong pagtangkilik sa ating mga resorts, sa ating mga hotels, sa ating mga vacation areas in the Philippines, domestically. Kaya maraming pong salamat sa pagtangkilik muli sa pagbubukas ng turismo natin. So thank you very much for that. So it is more fun in the Philippines today because last February 10, we already opened our doors to become more leisure in the Philippines, welcoming Filipinos once again and the foreigners who will be going back to the Philippines to try our, not only our native foods, but as well as our resorts, beaches, and a lot more to offer. So with the pre-COVID pandemic in the tourism industry, Since 2019, when the industry hit by the COVID-19, okay, the tourism industry accounted for 12.7% of the domestic income of the Philippines. And there are about 1.3 million Filipinos are employed with our industry. The Philippines gaining about 8.26 million foreign tourists who contributed to our economy with $11 billion. The domestic alone increases with the $36.6 billion during the pre-pandemic. But the impact of COVID pandemic tourism industry have been emerged last March 2021 once the Philippines had been closed down with all the ports for the local and international flights. So our industry goes down with the March 2021 with only 47.7 billion losses during that few months of lockdown, okay, because of the pandemic. And at the same time, airlines within the Asia Pacific loses about $10.5 billion. Philippine Airline alone book loss with about 617 million book losses. In the international flights from Manila, since 2019, okay, there are about 10,769. But during the lockdown of 2020, it drops down to 2,975 only. Okay, within the domestic flights of 2019, we have 13,392. But during the pandemic of the lockdown, it dropped down with about only 3,739. And these domestic flights are only transporting goods and services coming from the DOH, help from the Department of Health, and help coming from the local LGUs. These are the flights that we do have. We don't have commercial flights during the lockdown. That's how the impact of the COVID-19 to the tourism industry had emerged. It goes down. Bumulusok po talaga ito ng pababa. Coronavirus travel restrictions have been a problem to our country. I believe all of you had experienced this one. During the first lockdown, na ang dami pa rin gustong pumasok sa mga cities that have been closed their borders to borders. Nandito yung naghanapan tayo ng mga quarantine passes. Nandito yung biglaang umuwi ang mga tao, mga Filipino coming from their workplace to their home place. Kasi nga naman, ayaw nilang masaraduhan or mapag-iwanan ng kanilang mga pamilya sa panahon ng krisis tulad nitong COVID-19. In the Philippines, there are about 33% of all travel and tourism had affected. Okay? Marami pong nagsarang mga restaurants, marami pong nagsara din ng mga hotels, accommodations because of there are no people or customers or clients who would be patronizing their products anymore. Even one of our big supermarkets and big malls have to close down during the pandemic and they don't have any sales at all. So talagang bumaba at bumulusok pababa ang ating ekonomiya doon sa panahon ng pandemya. But sabi ko nga, everything can change in an instant. Everything, and then there is only before and after. Sabi ni Phyllis Naylor. With this quote, I can say na ipinapakita natin dito that our industry today and before will always be there. We will always experience na meron tayong pinagkakaabalahang lugar na pwedeng puntahan, such as this Eiffel Tower na napakaraming tao to visit the magnificence of it. And during the pandemic, there will always be the Eiffel Tower alone, and there are no tourists anymore. Ito po yung napagdaanan natin nung mga nakaraang buwan, nung nakaraang taon because of the pandemic. But here are the 3 important additional dates to our country, to our Filipinos. The first date will always be the December 31st of 2019. Hindi po natin ito makakalimutan because this is the time that the world had already know that the SARS-CoV-19 or the COVID-19 came out to the public and already been announcing that there is a pandemic already started in China. And March 7, 2020, this is one of the most significant date then in the Philippines, especially in Dumaguete, because this is the date when Philippines had the first case of COVID-19. So starting that March 7 came into March 15, 2020, the Philippines had to close borders. The Philippines has to close all the businesses that we do have. Maraming natamaang mga ekonomista, maraming mga natamaang empleyado, maraming natamaang maliliit na tao because of this one, because of the lockdown. And I experienced nung pumunta ako, nung first lockdown, sa isang supermarket na napakahaba ng pila, na ang mga shelves of food have already been diminished, naubos na ang mga pagkain nasa shelf, even frozen foods, because people don't want to be suffered in hunger because of the lockdown. Kahit 5 na kanilang ipon ay ginagastos na nila because of the lockdown just to survive. Economy, the business, people had closed down, bumaba lahat, even the hospitality industry. The feeling of face-to-face in our industry ay nawala. Okay? Sabi nga kanina ng ating mga first and second speaker, the touch of the hospitality had diminished. But with our industry right now, nagkaroon na tayo ng adjustment. We have the hospitality online feelings na. Okay? So the government, okay, sabi nga dahil nagkaroon ng drop down of economy in our industry, okay, the government did not stop at all. Tumulong po ang gobyerno. Okay, ito po ang isa sa mga magandang na itulong ng government during the lockdown in our industry. Speaking of the hotel and the restaurant industry itself. The mitigating the impact of the COVID-19 in the Philippines with the order of the House of Representatives adopting the House Bill 6815, or also known as the PESA, or the Philippine Economic Stimulus Act in June 2020, the government give or finance, okay, with the help of the COVID-19 testing, with the budget, wage subsidies, and the SMEs help, given with the 1.3 trillion economic stimulus plan. Ito po ang naipagtulong sa atin, sa lahat ng industriya sa buong Pilipinas ng ating gobyerno. Okay? Ito po yung nakapag-stabilize sa atin. Ano-ano po ba ang itong mga ito? In the DOT or the Department of Tourism alone, it is given with a 58 billion pesos with the help of interest-free loan with our companies, okay, with our local businesses that they have to close down. Okay, they can ask for loan with free interest. Okay, and there are credit facilities for upgrading, rehabilitation, or modernization. They can use the funding for that, especially to welcome the new guests that we can have, especially right now. The marketing and product development promotions have continued giving trainings to our fellow Filipinos, to our businesses, to our economies, especially in the restaurant and the hotel or the accommodation industries. Dito, they deliver online modules, online trainings, not only with the upper management, but as well as with our employees or the associates. They also grant for education training to our employees. Okay, they've been given trainings online, okay, especially with the connection of TESDA, the trainings that they cannot have, okay, during the operation, now they did, okay. They had their certification out of it for further development of their knowledge, okay. The utilization of information technology. During the lockdown, there are a lot of technology that emerged to help our industry. Just like the previous speaker had mentioned, that majority of our sales right now, we are collaborating with the online delivery systems just to deliver the services to our clients that they cannot go out to their workplace or to their home. And lastly, including infrastructure to mitigate the economic effects of COVID-19 and the tourism industry. As we all know, that the BBB or the build is still continue developing the industry. Okay? Sabi nga, kailan ka ba magiging ready kung hindi ngayon? Habang wala pa po ang ating mga bisita, habang wala pa po ang ating mga turista, ito po ang dinevelop ng ating industriya ngayon. To develop further our products, to develop further our facilities before welcoming our guests. Because of in our industry, for I was hungry and you gave me food, I was thirsty and you gave me drink, I was stranger and you welcomed me. These are the words that will be welcoming our industry today. These are the words that welcoming our future clientele, customer, to our new normal, to our new industry of hospitality and tourism. How is the hospitality and tourism industry coping right now? Sabi nga, as I heard a while ago, we adapt. The adaptability. This is the very much key factor for us to develop and to make it in our industry. Here in Pampanga alone, as I can say, all of my hotels have been catering the pandemic during the 2019. Because of hindi kinaya ng mga COVID facilities natin because of the surge of the COVID-19. Through the help of Hotel and Restaurant Association in Pampanga or HARP, majority of the hotels that I am handling have catered COVID-19 patients. From a leisure, we converted our hotels into a quarantine facilities. And headed by the HARP organization and with our hotel, the O Garden Hotel, and our sister companies, and our friends in the hospitality industry, we catered for about 15,000 rooms or beds, okay, for our COVID patients. Dito napatunayan natin that the hotel industry is not just for leisure, but as well as the emerging of hospital leisure in our industry. So that our hotels have been open not only for the leisure of our guests of a quarantine, but as well as taking care of them. Pero dito po napanatili natin ang ating mga guests na nasa kwarto lang nila and seeing the beauty of our surrounding. But they cannot go out, especially if they have the symptoms. So it has also been here in Angeles City, the main 3 hotels that I am handling are part of the isolation hub. And as I mentioned a while ago, we opened 15,000 beds for all of our clients na nagkaroon ng COVID-19. Para hindi naman nila ma-experience that the stress of living in a COVID facilities is very much stressful. Kaya dito po natin sila dinala sa ating mga hotels. So the hotels in Pampanga continue servicing our Filipino people and as well as foreign nationalities na nasa Pilipinas po, especially here in Pampanga. So, do your thing, sabi nga sa atin. Ano ba ang meron sa atin? Ano ang pwede nating may offer? Ito po ang ating mga in-offer during the pandemic and until last month, okay? Dahil bumaba na rin po ang mga Omicron patients natin, we already isolated them with a few hotels na lang, and majority of the hotels with us right now are open for leisures already. Okay, going above and beyond the curve, strategy measures to restore hotel activities in the post-pandemic. Ito na po ang ating gagawin ngayon at ginagawa sa kasalukuyan. First will be the technology. Hindi na po mawawala sa atin, sa industriya natin, ang technology. We have to collaborate and relate our strategies not only with our banners, but we have to make it sure na we utilize the online world. Kasi dito mas nakukuha na natin, mas nabibigyan pansin na natin ang ating industriya para mas palawakin ang kahalagahan at para ma-inform yung ating mga clients and the future clients. We make it use the technology. And ito po yung sinabi ko a while ago, the organization and human resources related strategy measures. There are hotels and accommodations na hindi nag-open during the pandemic, but they make it sure they develop their employees. Mas pinaganda at mas pinalawak nila ang kaalaman ng kanilang mga associates sa kanilang mga establishments just to make it sure once the industry had opened, mas equipped na ang kanilang mga empleyado. And next natin, the marketing related strategy measures during the advertisement, digital channels, or new packages. Sabi ko nga, as we move on with our industry, the new normal, we have to utilize the online world. We have to utilize the media. Okay, we can advertise through Facebook, Instagram, even TikToks. Right now, we do have clients na kagaya ko the last time nagbabrowse lang ako sa TikTok, nakita ko na video niya pala na in-advertise niya freely ang ating hotel sa TikTok. So ito yung mga word of mouth or the experiences na hindi natin matatanggal sa ating mga clients. But definitely, mas mapapabilis or we can make faster in improving and at the same time advertisement right now with our new normal by the use of the technology. This is the beauty of our nature right now for the marketing strategy. And at the same time, we have to utilize these platforms of online bookings. These are our friends. Hindi natin sila katunggali, hindi rin natin sila binabayaran, hindi sila kaakibat na kukuha ng porsyento sa ating sales. But definitely, these online booking channels will help us promote our industry and at the same time, increase our foot count or our hotel occupancy, okay, during this time of increasing pa lang. We are just welcoming right now once again our Filipino people, travelers, and at the same time ang ating foreigners. So with this one, we cater in collaborating with our online channels. And of course, hindi pa rin natin mawawala to be safe in our environment. These are the facilities that we can contribute to our industry right now. Okay, continue wearing our face mask. Okay, and at the same time monitoring the people who goes in and goes out to our facilities. And of course, hindi na mawawala sa atin by using the UV and fumigations in our establishments, just to make sure that the safety, not only with our associates, but as well as to our guests. Next, we do have the cancellation management and flexibility. During the pandemic, as you've seen, with the airline talagang bumaba drastically with 70% of sales, 70% of booking goes down. Ito po ang ginawa ng mga industriya right now with their advanced booking. Even here in the hotel, we adjust instead of you cancel people, you cancel industry, you cancel your accommodation, you cancel your reservation. Please do not. Please be flexible enough. Okay? You just have to give or ask for a voucher and we can give you that voucher and you can use that voucher anytime you want. Because of this one, I experienced this voucher thing. Okay, kaya inadapt ko siya sa aking industry, sa aking mga hotels. Because the first lockdown during the March, I supposedly flying to Paris. But definitely, because of the lockdown, I cannot. The borders have been closed. So all of my accommodations, even my flights, are given to me as a voucher. So I can use them anytime na lang. Hindi ko sila kinancel because of if I going to cancel, definitely the sales or the economy of those accommodations and the travel transport facilities will suffer. So with you, if you have this one, please do not cancel, but ask for vouchers. And for today, inuulit natin to, advertisement will always be with online right now. Mas mabilis po ang online ngayon. Tulad na lang nito, the time that Cecil asked me if I can be their resource speaker, we just talk through phone and we communicate through Facebook and email. Ganun na kabilis, even what we are doing right now. I don't have to go to Manila just to present and just to share to you what we have. But definitely through the online world, we can do everything. So as part of the marketing myth, I'll be giving you some tips right now. What have been changes that you can use with your facilities or with your businesses. The old truth of marketing is marketing begins with knowing your customer. But today, that doesn't follow anymore. The truth about marketing today is marketing begins with knowing your customer segment. We don't know our customers, but we have to identify who our target market, the segment of our clients, so that we can personalize our products to personalized customers. This is the truth that we have to face right now because of hindi lahat ng mga customers na nakikita natin na dumadaan sa facilities natin are our customers to share or to increase our economy. No, but we have to look at our segments. Okay, that is one of our marketing. Second, the old truth about marketing is you are competing with your competitors. We check our competitors. Minsan, we visit our competitors, experience their products. But the truth is, hindi competitors ang dapat nating tignan. But we have to look at the last best experience of your customers had. Yung na-experience ng customer ninyo. That's why there is a coffee shop company in the Philippines will always be telling their barista, kamusta po kayo, sir? Kamusta po yung araw ninyo today? Laging yun ang tinatanong nila whenever you are on their counter already. Because we have to ask their experience, not the competitor. Okay? So this is the truth that we have to check on. Ano ang na-experience ng customer natin today? Because of with that, we can definitely adjust of what we can offer to our clients. Siyempre, kung masama ang pakiramdam niya, definitely hindi natin yan kakausapin na matagal. Especially if they want to go to their rooms na already. Just to make it welcoming to our guests, kinakamusta natin sila lagi. Okay? Then next natin, the truth about customers hope you have what you want. But definitely today, ang ginagawa, customer expect that whenever they visited your workplace, your business, you have everything they want. It should be a one-stop shop. Nandyan na lahat dapat. At alam nyo dapat ang kailangan nila. Bakit? Kasi tayo po mismo may pangangailangan. Tayo rin po mismo alam natin kung ano ang kailangan natin. Kaya yun din ang ibinibigay natin na ipinapakita as part of our products. So these are the new truth that we want to experience, our clients to be experienced. We have the one-stop shop of everything. Okay? Kung hindi mo man ma-provide, at least yung mga katabing establishment mo, meron sila. Don't make your neighbors are your competitors, no. Make your neighbors as your friends kasi sila rin ang makakatulong sa inyo to increase foot count to your establishment. Next, The old truth of courting customer is just like dating. But today, the new truth is courting customer is just like online dating. We talk to our customers online. We advertise our products online. We deliver our advertisement and dito na rin natin online kinakausap yung mga clients natin. Just like what we have this last week of February, we'll be having at least, I think, 155 persons per day, to visit our hotels, just to have their functions here. So ganun na kadami ang mga pumupunta sa mga establishments natin because of we give them what they want. And at the same time, we court them through online. Pinasagot natin sila through online na. So kung paano po tayo manligaw ng face-to-face, ganyan na rin po ang ginagawa natin through online. Giving what they want and addressing what they need. Okay? Then next natin, the old truth before customer must sit at the heart of your marketing strategy. But the truth today is not. We don't go to the heart of the customer, but we go to the heart of the customer's journey because of the word of mouth will always be the best and free advertisement that we do have. Kung ano po ang sinasabi ng mga na-experience ng mga clientels natin sa ating accommodation, sa ating food facility, sa ating mga restaurants and products, those are good advertisements that they can share, especially if our establishment has an online platform. They can give feedbacks on it. Mas maraming good feedbacks, mas magandang at mas pinupuntahan ng mga customers or ng ating mga clients. But definitely, wag po nating i-zero out yung mga bad feedbacks or not so good feedbacks. With that, yung mga not so good feedbacks, i-embrace pa rin natin kasi doon po tayo mag-grow. Doon mas makikita natin saan yung flosses na pwede nating tignan and to increase or to develop that flosses. So we always welcome everything. And next, relationship matter before, but today, relationship are everything. Hindi na po one-to-one ang relationship natin with our industry. We need each other, we embrace each other, we help each other. That's why here in Pampanga, we do have the HARP, the Hotel and Restaurant Association in Pampanga. We help each other. We are not competitors to each other, but we embrace, develop the camaraderie of each individual establishments. Then next natin, before agility is a technology access. You go to one point to other point. But the new truth today is that agility is a modern marketing approach. How are you going to go to one point to another? This is the new trend of marketing right now. You don't have to make proposals, print proposals, and give it to your clients. No. You can create a wonderful proposals today and just email your proposals to your clientele. But make it sure whenever you are preparing your proposals, make it sure you have the great feeling once you are typing the words that you want your clients to read. I'll give you a hint. Bakit po ganon? I believe all of you experience na this one. All of you are listening na pag nag-text po kayo na kinikilig, tumatawa, masaya, yung nakakabasa ng text po ninyo or yung email ninyo, ganun din po ang nararamdaman. Kinikilig, tumatawa at masaya. Tama po ba? Na-experience nyo na po ba yan? Na kahit nasa comfort room ka, may nabasa ka lang message coming from a special person. Hindi mo man siya nakikita, hindi mo man siya nararamdaman, pero through the text of that other people or that other person, nararamdaman mo the sincerity and the happy feeling or the kilig feeling of the online world. Okay? So ganyan po natin dinidevelop, ginagawa ang marketing strategy natin through online. Bigyan nyo po ng puso. ang mga words na binibigkas at sinusulat po ninyo with your proposals. And next natin, this is the eye care, or your brand should stand behind great products. This is the old truth. But today, the new truth that we do have is your brand should stand behind great values. Our products is not enough, but the values that we give to our clients is very much appreciated. Kahit gaano po kaganda ang produkto na meron tayo, kung wala naman pong value ito sa mga customers, sa clients, sa associates natin, sa ating mga katrabaho, baliwala po ang mga produktong binibigay natin. So we always make it sure that all of our products has the eye care, meaning the innovation to your products, the compassionate to giving your heart or embracing the Malawas ko po or Mabuhay Pilipinas, the accountability of your product na hindi po natin pinapasa ang kamalian sa iba, bagkus po all of the trials or problemang na-experience natin, we have to embrace and be accountable on that para mas mabilis po natin siyang solusyonan. And be respectful to each individuals. Mapa-kliyente, mapakatrabaho, o mapaka-ekonomista po natin. And next po natin, be excellent from whatever you are doing, which is eye care. And next po natin, you need the right tech stacks to derive modern marketing success. These are the HubSpot that we do have. Our brochures, kaya hindi na lang natin sila piniprint sa bond paper. Katulad po ng sinabi ko, ang mga brochures na binibigay or mga products na pwede natin ibigay sa mga client po natin, hindi lang po para sa mga nagpiprint na lang tayo. Bigyan po natin sila ng buhay. These are such as product like the Canva. Kaya pwede po tayo mag-subscribe po dyan. Okay? Or sa HubSpot para mas mabigyan nating buhay yung ating mga proposals. Then we can use itong mga HubSpots po natin like the Linkage, Zoom, the Splash para makapag-promote po tayo ng product natin. And at the same time, the Looker or yung ating mga online bookings, kay mga products that we can share through online. We can use the HubSpot to promote what we do have. And few slides. As part of the marketing is an important for growth, but definitely that growth agenda will always fall on the full C-suite or the resiliency of what we do have. As I've mentioned, the C-suites that we do have in our industry are the experience to share to others, just like what we are doing right now. We are part of the industry. That is why we are sharing to you what we are doing right now. The personal or the readiness from what we have today and for the future, and be connected to the network, not only with your close people, but as well as to outside world. Okay, and lastly, have a relationship to other people. Huwag po natin pinuputol ang relasyon sa iba, bagkus palawakin pa po natin ito para sa lahat. And these are few words for all of you before I end the presentation. Be ready to travel now, as I've mentioned, and the Department of the Tourism had mentioned that February 10, okay, open already our industry. Meron na po tayong pagbubukas ng industriya para sa lahat. The leisure is open already. Be vaccinated and always bring your vaccination card. This is the Facebook advertisement of the Department of Tourism. They are welcoming already all of the people who are vaccinated from other countries to go to the Philippines and experience what we have in the Philippines. Welcoming, warm welcome for the Filipino people to the Filipino people and at the same time to the foreign people. And I think all of you, kung hindi pa po nakita, ipinapakita ko na po sa inyo ito. First hand po, these are the pictures na you will be seeing and you will be experiencing very soon here in Clark, Pampanga, the opening of the new Clark Airport. We just had our tour a week before, okay? Opening the door of Clark Airport, the new one. It will be catering for about 50 million passengers every day. Yan po ang ating na-discuss po the last time with the Lipad people of Clark. Okay. Kung mapansin nyo po, paikot po or pakif po yung bubong ng ating airport. Ito po yung hinalintulad sa bundok po ng Mount Arayat natin dito sa Pampanga, yung ating mountain ranges in Pampanga. So the airport will be opening very much soon. This is a contactless airport in Clark. So kayo na po ang mag-check-in, magla-luggage and everything, magpipinpoint ng lahat po ng gamit po ninyo, contactless na po ito. Okay? Magbubukas na po ito this coming summer. So katulad po na sabi ko, it is a contactless airport para po masustain all of the safetyness of the employees, associates, and our guests in the airport itself. Kaya welcome and mabuhay malaos kayo po here in Pampanga. So here in my hotel, as I've mentioned, we are already shifted our hotel. This is one of my hotels, the Old Garden Hotel. We shifted from regular leisure to quarantine, and now we are back to a leisure hotel. So paano po natin pinapanatili na maganda at safety po ang features ng ating hotel? Just this morning po, we had our regular disinfectation of the whole hotels, whole rooms po natin, ang buong hotel po natin dinidisinfect po yan regularly. And even with our mga partners hotels at yung ating mga associates hotel. Regular po tayo nagpapa-disinfect. Okay? So sabi po ni Kofi Annan, our biggest challenge in this new century is to take an idea that seems abstract, sustainable development, and turn into a reality for all people's world. So ito po ang ating ginagawa. Ito po yung ating dapat tignan. Be sustainable, have a 1% better every day so that our result will always be incredible for each individual steps that we do have with our industry today. So yun po, hospitality strong. That's all folks. Maraming pong salamat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mendoza, for sharing us insights in hospitality and tourism, hacking your way to predictability against the pandemic. In this segment, we will entertain questions. Please type them in the chat box or comment section.
All right. Thank you so much again, Dr. Mendoza.
In this segment, we will entertain questions. Please type them in the chat box or comment section.
Okay. Thank you for sharing your valuable insights. Thank you so much again, Dr. Mendoza.
In this segment, we will entertain questions. Please type them in the chat box or comment section.
Okay. Thank you for sharing your valuable insights. Thank you so much again, Dr. Mendoza.
In this segment, we will entertain questions. Please type them in the chat.
Okay. Hello, Dr. Mendoza. Can you hear me? All right. So we have 3 questions from our viewers. No? For our first question, this is from Miss Pauline Samson. She asked, and I quote, now that the tourism industry is getting back, my question is, what tourist spots are now open and what are the travel requirements? Thank you so much.
Okay, here in Pampanga, we are already open. All of the hotels here are converted into leisure once again. Okay, there are a lot of restaurants already been open here in Pampanga. Even Clark is already open. But in the whole Philippines, I think Boracay is already open. There are a lot of our friends had already experienced Boracay. Subic is already open, Zambales, and a lot more. Marami na rin pong mga nagbukas because it is already a mandated of the Department of Tourism to open the industry, to open the platform for everybody, not only for Filipinos but as well as for foreigners. Sabi nga ni Secretary Puyat, the Department of Tourism already launched the Welcoming or Mabuhay Philippines last February 10 for all of the vaccinated individuals coming from outside the Philippines na pag foreigner dun sa ating mga visa-free countries, they can welcome here na already. They can visit Philippines na already. And for the Filipinos who wants to go back to the Philippines, wala na po tayong quarantine. You can go straight to your family. Especially kasi pag yung mga family nating nagtatrabaho, mga OFW families, ayaw nang umuwi because of the quarantine of 14 days. Ngayon, wala na po yun. You can go straight to your family. You can enjoy your vacations with your family. And we are here in Pampanga, in Central Luzon, and the whole Philippines, welcoming everyone to visit establishments po. So lahat na po
Right,
nakabukas na
great.
po tayo.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mendoza. Another question. This one is from Miss Florence Tadena. I think it's more of a management question. No? How do you keep your team motivated despite conflicts and obstacles during this time of pandemic?
Okay, as I shared with my presentation a while ago, during the pandemic, we have to close the hotel bago pa kami nagkaroon ng quarantine facilities. We make it sure that all of our employees and associates have their trainings, okay? Have their updates with what the industry has to offer in the future with the new normal. Ito na po yung mga tinatrain na namin sa kanila, especially the sanitation, how to handle conflicts with our people and at the same time with our guests. And at the same, kung paano mas mapapaganda yung pag-welcome ng mga guests natin kahit meron po tayong mga face mask. As I mentioned a while ago with my presentation, we all experience na kahit hindi natin nakikita ang bibig ng kausap, hindi natin nakikita ang kausap natin. Basta the sincerity ang pagdi-deliver of the message to other people, nandoon at ma-feel po natin yan. Even we close or we cover our mouth with our face mask like this, still our eyes gives feedback to our what we can share. Pinapakita pa rin po ng mga mata natin kung ano ang pwede nating ibigay sa mga clients natin, sa mga friends natin. I believe all of you experience na yon, na kahit hindi nyo nakikita yung mga ka-message niyo or ka-text ninyo, natatawa kayo or kinikilig kayo pag binabasa niyo ang message. Po ang industriya natin ngayon. Kahit may takip po tayo sa bibig, we can still give you the hospitality feel of home away from home. And we will be welcoming you as part of the big family in our industry.
All right. Very well said. Thank you very much, Dr. Mendoza. Let me turn you over back to Chef Ian.
To present the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Mendoza, may I call on our art committee head, Mr. Ryan Christian Alonzo.
Thank you, Chef Ian. To award the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Romulo Mendoza, let me read the citation. Philippine Women's University School of Hospitality Management proudly present this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Romulo Mendoza Jr. for sharing his time and expertise as resource speaker for the conference entitled Above and Beyond, Advancing Culinary Arts Through Emerging Trends in Global Cuisine, Tourism and Hospitality Marketing, Financial Management and Nutrition, given this 12th day of February 2022 at the Philippine Women's University, Taft Avenue, Manila. Signed by Dr. Jocelyn Sardena, Professor, School of Hospitality Management, and Dr. Efraimel Jose Avellana, Dean, School of Hospitality Management. Again, our honor and privilege to hear from you.
Yes, thank you very much once again for inviting me. And Na-miss ko po ang Philippine Women's University. Actually, I'm an alumni of Philippine Women's University. I graduated with my master's po dyan sa ating mahal na university. So thank you very much po once again for inviting me.
Again, thank you, Mr. Ryan. And once again, give it up for Dr. Mendoza. It's our pleasure to know these things from you. And now, on to our last speaker of the day. Allow me to call in Miss Queenie Rose Amora, our Marketing Committee Head.
All right. Our last speaker who will tackle hospitality resilience amid the pandemic in Baguio was a graduate of Bachelor of Commerce, major in marketing at St. Louis University, Baguio City in 2005. He was also a stage performer and a president for 2 consecutive academic years at the Tanghalang SLU, a resident of drama company of the Center for Culture and the Arts of St. Louis University. He also had a work experience in BPO industry and nursing review center, and a freelance host, trainer, and facilitator. He also took up units for the Masters in Human Resources Management at Benguet State University in 2014, joined the Manor at Camp John Hay in 2010 as a reservation associate. He was transferred at the HR department as a training assistant, promoted as training supervisor, promoted again as assistant training manager in 2012, and promoted once again as a learning and talent development manager for the Camp John Hay Leisure Incorporated, handling the learning and training needs of the Manor, the Forest Lodge, and the Camp John Hay Trade and Cultural Center. Currently, the overall management chairman of the Dapayan to John Hay, the Labor Management Cooperation of Camp John Hay Leisure Incorporated, and the Hall of Famer awardee in the Philippines as an outstanding LMC in industrial peace. A big virtual round of applause for Mr. Elisandro Medrano.
Hello, good afternoon. Good morning. I'm sorry, it's good morning pala. Thank you, Queenie, and good morning to all the students, the faculty members, and everyone watching here. Of course, I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who organized this activity. And I am already seeing that it is really a successful event. Now, as what was mentioned, I will be the last speaker for this morning. So I hope you still have a lot of energy and you are still willing to listen to my presentation this morning. Before we proceed, sino na po ba sa inyo ang nakapunta ng Baguio City? Pwede po bang lagyan ninyo ng, sa chat box natin, lagyan ninyo ng emoticon na nag-raise ng kamay if ever you already went to Baguio City. Ayan, medyo, si Sir Michael. Hi, Sir Michael. Medyo marami-rami na rin, di ba? And I hope your experience going to Baguio City is quite easy. But to be honest, in all places here in the Philippines na nagtatanggap ng mga tourists, Baguio City perhaps would be one of the areas or one of the places na medyo madaming requirements at saka maraming procedures. Now, as what Queenie mentioned a while ago, I would like to introduce myself again. My name is Zandro, and I am representing or a member of Camp John Hay Leisure Incorporated, and that would be the management company that handles 3 properties. Let me just check here. So yan. So the first property that we are handling would be the Manor at Camp John Hay. We also have the Forest Lodge at Camp John Hay. So both of them are operating as hotels, and both of them are 4-star hotels. The Manor at Camp John Hay is being tagged as the premier deluxe hotel in Baguio City, whereas for the Forest Lodge, this is known to be the best deal accommodation in Baguio City. And the third one, of course, we have the Camp John Hay Trade and Cultural Center, which is the official function venue of the 2 hotels. And these 3 properties are located at Camp John Hay. That also makes our company's name as Camp John Hay Leisure Incorporated or Camp John Hay Hotels. Now, Kikwentuhan ko lang kayo ng konti at saka bibigyan ko lang kayo ng konting flashback sa nangyari ng pandemic. It actually started in 2020. As you know, both the Manor and the Forest Lodge are considered as resort hotels. Therefore, ito talaga yung mga hotels na binibisita here in Baguio City, together with the other hotels in Baguio City during holiday season. So it was a busy October, November, December 2019 for both properties. And actually even January was quite busy because a lot of people are going up here in Baguio in preparation for the Panagbenga season. So come January and February, we were also quite busy. But then again, we heard about a certain virus that nobody has any knowledge about how it is. Alam nila na medyo may symptoms na similar sa flu, di ba? So my question for all of you, the first question for all of you na gusto kong malaman, this is the scenario, okay? Let us assume that you are a general manager of a certain hotel or the owner of a certain hotel, and there is this spreading virus that you do not have any knowledge how to handle it. But you know that it is very contagious and deadly, and also travel is restricted. So sa chat box, sagot kayo sa akin. The question is, will you recommend to temporarily stop or to cease the operation of the hotel and wait until the pandemic ends? Siguro what you can answer or give me as an answer would be a yes or a no. So ulitin ko yung question, will you recommend to temporarily stop the operation of the hotel and wait until the pandemic ends? So I've been seeing a lot of answers. No, no. All right. No. Yan. So may mga sagot na no, na. Well, so far answers that are given are no. Wala bang mag-yes dyan? Well, anyway, thank you for your input. Now, I will be able to address that later. Pero during the time when all of us were very busy and moving forward for 2020 because we wanted as much as possible to exceed whatever we accomplished in 2019, that's when the pandemic started. So nagkaroon ang buong mundo ng crisis. And I would like to provide or differentiate or bigyan ng stages yung crisis natin dito ng COVID-19 pandemic in different waves. The first one would be the first wave, which is the physical health crisis. The second wave would be the mental health crisis, and the third wave would be the mental health crisis. Physical health crisis, the economic crisis would be the second wave, and then the third wave would be the mental health crisis. Actually, may fourth wave pa yan, malalaman ninyo mamaya. So moving forward and going back to my story, when the COVID-19 hit Baguio City and we were informed to close and to shut down, parang it was a mixed feeling. Most of our employees for the previous months before na tayo nagkaroon ng lockdown were really working daily with only a few hours to rest. Sometimes naka-cancel yung kanilang rest day or namumove because we really had to cater to our guests during that time when the demand was at peak. So kaya siya mixed emotion is because at least that period na nag-lockdown would be an opportunity for our employees to rest, but we did not expect that it would be a month at least. Actually, umabot pa nga siya ng 3 months. Some of our employees were not able to come to work for 3 months. It is because there is a scare of the COVID-19. Now, this record that I am showing you right now shows that Philippines already has about 3.6 million COVID cases since the time the pandemic started. We are already number 21 sa worldwide cases. And I think last week when I was checking, umabot pa nga tayo sa top 20. So that is how many people are already affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, and na-experience na rin siguro natin, or some of you already experienced getting or contracting the COVID-19. We have several employees who already had COVID-19 twice, different types of variant. Pero may isa kaming empleyado na napakalala because tatlong different variants ang contract sa kanya, kaya sinasabi namin siya ay yung master's or doctorate degree na sa COVID-19. So that period would also be the period where healthcare workers emerged, and napagod talaga sila during that period. Nalaman natin kung ano ang pwedeng gawin para maiwasan yung COVID-19. But we are definitely sure that there is not a concrete cure with this virus. So it opened a new world that limits physical contact, because the COVID-19, based on the information that was released by the World Health Organization and other organizations, the only way for you to at least stop the spread or minimize the spread of the virus is by maintaining at least 1 meter physical contact, wearing face mask all the time. So what we have done during this pandemic is, of course, kailangan tayo mag-react. Reaction means making sure that we are also aware with the different information about the virus and also what the government is implementing to stop or to minimize the spread of the virus. Kaya nagkaroon nga tayo ng mga tinatawag na mga community quarantine classifications, di ba? Ito yung MECQ, GCQ. I'm pretty sure all of you can relate na parang at one point medyo nakasanayan na ninyo kung ano ibig sabihin ng mga quarantine classification or community quarantine classifications na ito. Even Metro Manila had NCR plus bubble before, which sounds a little funny, pero it was still implemented also. So aside from making sure that all of us are aware, our response at Camp John Hay Leisure Incorporated, knowing that there is still the scare of the pandemic and several employees do not want to come back to work because of that, and even guests do not want to stay here in Baguio City because of the scare of the pandemic, since we were also affected already by the COVID-19. We started out with making sure that all employees that are coming back get tested. Before the antigen testing or the RT-PCR testing were made available, meron pa actually silang tinatawag na rapid test, yung kinukuha yung dugo. 3 months after the hotel closed temporarily because of the quarantine classification and before we reopened, yun na muna ang ginawa namin. We made sure our employees get tested. But of course, when the time that the antigen test and RT-PCR test kits were made available, of course, we made that as our primary option. Because we found out that with the rapid test, since dugo yung kinukuha doon, there is a possibility that if you have previous infection, you will come out as positive also doon, kahit hindi naman necessary COVID-19 yung virus na meron ka sa iyong katawan. Another response that we made for us to be able to overcome the first wave, which is the physical health crisis, is we were continuous in providing information on how important the vaccination is. And right now, how important getting boosted is also in our organization. There were several employees who resisted, but with constant communication, constant information dissemination, and constant pep talk, and of course, all of our department heads, supervisors also spearheaded the testing. At least we were able to convince them, and we were able to get 100% fully vaccinated number of employees before the December period 2022 or 2021 started. Another thing that we did to respond to the health crisis would be the establishment of our COVID-19 screening facility. The COVID-19 screening facility is actually where the CAP John Hay Trade and Cultural Center was located or situated. This is not yet a permanent facility because, of course, if there are no restrictions in travel anymore, that does not require triage certificate as well as testing, we are going to convert this back again to a function venue. But since October 2020 up to present, the COVID-19 screening facility is in operations, catering not only to our tourists or guests from the Manor and the Forest Lodge, but tourists and returning residents here in Baguio also. So this is not only limited to our hotel guests, but we are also helping out the city by making sure that there's another facility where they can have their requirements screened and also for them to get tested when they come here in Baguio City so that there will be no congestion doon sa actual screening facility na sinet up ng Baguio City government sa Baguio Convention Center. So the COVID-19 screening facility is where we currently take our weekly, bi-monthly, and monthly antigen test. So, yun. Kaya medyo naging ganun yung reaction ko kasi yes, may mga days or may mga times in a month na nagkakaroon kami ng weekly testing, most especially if we're expecting high occupancy, just for us to ensure na all employees who will be serving our guests are negative from COVID-19. So that is the first wave, which is the physical health crisis. And of course, habang nagkakaroon ng physical health crisis, syempre nagkaroon na rin tayo ng second wave nitong pandemic. And the wave 2 is what we call the economic crisis. Now, during the time when we were forced to close, all of the establishments here in Baguio were first forced to close last March. We had a few guests who were staying here in the hotel, and most of them are our corporate accounts. But of course, they had to be pulled out by their companies also. So unti-unti din siyang nawala, unti-unti rin nabawasan. And kung meron man nagsistay sa aming hotel from March until May, mga limited number of guests na lang siya. Siguro mabibilang na lang siya sa 2 daliri minsan na dumarating or minsan 1 daliri pa nga lang mga dumarating. A lot of business establishments after the ECQ period continued stopping their business. Yun lang yung naging masama doon sa pandemic period natin. The hotel, we actually had prepared to make sure that we reopen. Pero of course, we are also encountering several challenges like nagkaroon ng foreign direct investment reduction, nagkaroon tayo ng mga financial liabilities. We even had a point in our work life. Now we were worrying about paying yung mga charges sa hotel na hindi talaga pwedeng maiwasan even if we are closed, such as yung water and electricity bill, yung telephone bills ng property, diba? Yung Wi-Fi connectivity, because even if there are no guests, we still pay this monthly. Of course, there had been a tremendous drop in our revenue, diba? And I am pretty sure you will agree that the tourism and hospitality industry was really one of the industries that was greatly affected by this pandemic. With that, nagkaroon din ng effect on employment because a lot of businesses had a temporary closure, or more so, talagang nag-totally close yung kanilang business because they cannot suffice anymore reopening because of a lot of requirements. We are very lucky sa Camp John Hay Leisure Incorporated because, as mentioned a while ago, the last quarter of 2019 was a good year for us because yun yung period talaga na maraming tourists na umakyat sa Baguio. So at kahit papaano, in terms of our revenue, we were always above our budget. So nakapag-ipon kahit papaano or nakapag-create kami ng foundation kahit papaano for us to be able to have a budget for the next 6 months ng 2020 with or without the pandemic happening. However, syempre, since pondo yan, we know na ang funds, lalo na sa isang korporasyon na may 2 hotels na minamanage at may mga empleyadong pinapasahod, parang napaka-liquid niyan, mabilis siyang maubos, di ba? So what we did, since there were some employees who were readily willing to come back to work, the first thing that we did is we made sure na itap namin yung mga skills nila na pwede nating gamitin while they are at work. I myself, when we started our soft opening before the actual reopening ng June, was transferred in several departments and tried working in several sections also, such as some employees who are from the other departments, like in the back office, worked in the housekeeping department. We had several employees also from the housekeeping department who moved doon sa aming employees cafeteria to serve meals para lang kahit paano yung current manpower natin na nandoon during that time ma-maximize. Without us needing to get additional manpower, multi-skill namin sila. The picture that you are seeing on the right side of the presentation would be our employees who are from different departments, but we know potentially have talents in singing. We utilize them to be our in-house performers para at least makapag-cut cost, and at the same time, para kahit pa paano yung mga employees who are on duty are nakabubble din sila para maiwasan yung transmission if there are some new employees coming from outside who might have contracted the COVID-19 virus. So that is the first thing that we did in response to the economic crisis. And as mentioned, we are very lucky na kahit papaano nakapagpondo kami because we immediately complied with the health and safety requirements. It was definitely not an easy task that we did because there had been numerous consultation with the Department of Health, with the City Health Office of Baguio, with the Department of Tourism, and even with the Department of Trade and Industry. Because let's admit it, when all of these local government units provide information on how we should comply with the standards, minsan may standard na malilito ka because a certain local government unit says this one, pero another local government unit says this one, diba? So what we did is we made sure that everybody is informed, constant communication with these local government units, inspection, magpapa-inspect kami. Wala kaming sawang mangulit sa kanila na, sir, pwede nyo na po bang i-inspect yung property namin if we are complying? Diba? Those are simple things that we did but made a big impact for our comeback ng June 2020. So things such as the sanitation of all offices within the properties, lahat ng countertops namin are sanitized with isopropyl alcohol, at saka yung ultraviolet lights and constant cleaning and fumigating of the hotel at a certain point in the day were the things that we have done to address this crisis. Let me see. For a while lang po. It seems that my connection is quite slow. Another unique thing that we did, and I think also did this as a response to the economic crisis, since we only had limited number of employees and we do not want these employees to get contracted by the virus as well. What we did is those employees who were willing to work during the time before our reopening in June 2020 were provided with temporary housing at the Manor and at the Forest Lodge, mainly for two things. Number one, as I have mentioned, we would like na hindi sila makapag-contract ng virus outside because of course when they are staying outside the hotel facility, magta-travel pa sila. So alam mo yun, yung chances of them contracting the virus when they are about to come to work, mas mataas yung chances. So we let them stay. And number two, for us to be ensured that at least there will be manpower who will be working in the hotel. And I'm very proud to say that up until this moment, it's already 2022, we still have several employees who are staying in-house. Mainly because during the time then nagkaroon ng pandemic, several boarding houses or transient houses also closed and asked our employees or employees working in the hospitality industry to move out. Kasi nga syempre meron silang mindset yung mga tao before the start of the pandemic na kapag nagtrabaho ka sa hotel, marami kang guest contact, therefore they do not want you to stay in the boarding houses. Kumbaga parang na-evict sila sa kanilang mga boarding houses. That's the reason why we also came to the rescue. The next thing that happened is yung constant information dissemination and training of employees in relation to COVID. The new normal health and safety protocols were also made. This was quite a challenge for us because of course, there is still the scare of the pandemic, pero during that time kasi when we were doing training, we were really very strict in making sure that all employees are wearing face mask and face shield. And we also tried to learn technology which will help us do trainings even though face-to-face opportunity is not that possible. So sinubukan din po namin yung different technologies such as the Zoom, the Google Meet, even mga webinars from the different local government units. We were very aggressive in attending to those trainings just to make sure na bibigay yung tamang information at na-train yung mga employees natin, just for them also not to panic a lot. One good thing that the hotel has practiced would be this one. I summarize it to COVID. The first one would be cost cutting. During the time na reopen na kami, talagang nauubos na ang funds na naipon namin ng 2019. Because of course, we had to add several sections in the hotel na wala dati. Like maglalagay kami ng enclosure, fiberglass enclosure para sa front desk, maglalagay kami ng mga footpath, ng mga alcohol dispensers. Ang nakatulong would be the cost-cutting measures of each department. So each department contributed their own cost-cutting measure, from the simplest measure such as turning off their PCs when they're going home para mabawasan yung electric bill natin, to the biggest wherein they will be recycling materials para sa mga ginagawang preventive maintenance ng mga engineering were contributed by all departments. For orderliness, of course, before we made sure na ma-inspect kami ng Department of Health at saka ng Department of Tourism, we made sure na maayos at saka orderly yung buong procedure natin. And para nga din maiwasan yung pagkalat ng virus, we made sure also that the hotel is spick and span clean all the time. VU stands for virtualization. We develop online presence and leverage technology, wherein for marketing, kasi di ba we are spending so much before for marketing, pero we have learned na malaki pala ang role ng digital presence at saka yung paggamit ng social media platform for you to be able to at least succeed and for you to be able to convey a certain message or to advertise your hotel. So nilagay namin yung virtualization as part of our strategy. I would be integration. We integrate hotel efforts with other hotels and destination stakeholders. Kagaya rin ng sinabi ng ating previous speaker this morning, we do not see the other hotels here in Baguio City as our competitor. Kasi sometimes they might know more than what we do. So we have our partner here in Baguio City, an organization of all the other hotels here, which is what we call the Hotel and Restaurant Association of Baguio, or HRAB. Itong HRAB na to, we give inputs kung ano man yung meron sa isang property na wala or na gusto nilang i-share, we share them, because at the end of the day, the success of the whole hospitality and tourism industry is not a success of just one property. It's actually a collaborative effort of the different hotels here in Baguio, or different hospitality and tourism businesses here in Baguio. And the last one, which we found very effective during the time of the pandemic, would be the domestication. We tap into the domestic market. In 2011, there were several months in the year where travel to Baguio City was restricted by the local government. I think it was last April up until June of 2021. And next was last August up until September ng 2021. Paano namin na-sustain yung business? Of course, we tap into the local market. Yung tinatawag naming a bliss here in Baguio, which consists of Baguio, La Trinidad, Itogon, Tublay, and Sablan, Tublay, and Tuba, were the different areas na inoferan namin ng competitive rate. Because aminin man natin o hindi, itong mga locals natin, sometimes they have the buying capacity or the purchasing capacity. It's just that they're not using it because they are staying here in Baguio, or they are already staying in a certain place. Pero may capacity sila as long as they know that the price is competitive enough or affordable enough for them to be able to avail that service or that product. Of course, aside from helping out the company, one of the responses is we allowed alternative income generating jobs sa aming mga empleyado. Some of them ventured into doing food panda or Grab food business, online selling, nagbebenta sila ng mga food, and we were even the ones who availed those products as well. And another thing that we did in order for us to address the economic crisis, which is I'm very, very proud of, it's just not included there, is the act or the sense of volunteerism for our employees. 3 months before June 2020, medyo matagal-tagal din sila nagpahinga, some employees did not want to stay at home anymore. So they requested if they can come to work already, even if they are not paid. Anyway, as an employee naman, they are provided with meals, transportation, and uniform, and the laundry of their uniform. It's just that they wanted to help the company na unti-unting bumangon. So it was an initiative of our employees to do volunteer work. But of course, we were very happy naman na last December, the volunteer work of several of our employees were, of course, returned back to them nung naging maganda-ganda yung business in 2021. So those are just some of the things that we did to address the economic crisis. And the last one would be, of course, the mental health crisis. This is actually one of the challenges that we are experiencing right now as members of the hospitality industry and also as members of the human resources department. Because as you can see here in the slide, we rarely see a news in Baguio City where there is a suicide case. It's very rare that we have suicide here in Baguio City. Pero nagkaroon ng mga suicide cases and nagkaroon din ng problem sa mental wellness ang mga tao. Students or yung mga anak ng mga employees namin na students are having some breakdown due to the nature of the online classes, the demands that is being required to them. Employees are suffering from some sort of depression because of everything that is happening. Nagkakaroon ng fear ang mga tao, most especially kapag kagagaling mo lang sa COVID-19, nagiging antisocial ka because you feel na anytime magkakaroon ka ulit ng COVID-19 or makakakontra ka ulit ng virus or makakahawa ka. So in response to this activity is we had to make sure na even before the pandemic, we make sure that we have work-life balance for them by conducting activities that would showcase their talents, activities that will help them manage stress through sports, activities where they can show their creativity. So even there is a pandemic, we made sure na sumusunod pa rin kami sa guidelines, such as 2021 was a successful year for us to conduct a sports fest activity, but the activities were only limited to some group sports activity and individual and dual sports, such as badminton, darts. We are very happy kasi itong group ng employees namin are a mixture of baby boomers, millennials, at saka yung mga newest generation. Pero we were able to incorporate in our sports fest Mobile Legends and Call of Duty as one of the games. And it's a group game of 5, virtual na lang siya. We also had the Tawag ng Tanghalan, which is a virtual singing competition na inattendan ng mga employees natin as part of our sports fest for 2021. And we had several photo contests, just like what you are seeing right now in the slide. We have the Christmas Santa contest for the gentleman who has the picture na ito, parang ginawa niya yung sarili niya is the Grinch. And we also had the Santa's Elves contest naman for our female employees. Isa pa na ginawa namin, of course, we as a company, in coordination with the Human Resources Department, made sure that we are fully aware of the mental health helpline that is being offered by the city government of Baguio, para just in case, pwede silang tumawag in case meron silang mga concerns na hindi nila masabi sa family members, masabi sa mga kaibigan or sa mga colleagues. At least we have this hotline number readily available for them to contact para lang masiguradong maayos sila. And of course, pinarealize natin sa employees, health is wealth. And it really is, as in. That includes our mental well-being also. Several employees who contracted the virus and recovered had a problem interacting with people once again at work. It's either they are paranoid that they might get the COVID-19 again, or they are paranoid that there might be someone in their group who will have a positive result and it would be blamed to them because nagkaroon nga sila ng COVID-19. So it was also the initiative of the Human Resources Department to contact a psychologist, a licensed psychologist, to do debriefing sa mga employees natin who contracted the virus. Ang susunod na question ko sa inyo, which is answerable by yes or no, I would like to check if pare-parehas ang magiging sagot nyo or different also. When a lot of employees are infected by the virus, will you again recommend a temporary closure to the hotel? Or will you recommend a temporary closure of the hotel? So ulitin ko yung question na, when there are a lot of employees or when a lot of employees are infected by the virus, will you recommend a temporary closure of the hotel? May I please, you can put there your answer sa chat box natin, yes or no. Yes or no? I'm checking right now. Yan. So yes na ang sagot this time. Bakit ko natanong ito? Kasi sabi ko sa inyo, there are 3 waves. 3 pandemic wave that we experience Actually, yung pang-apat na pandemic wave na na-experience namin, which just happened this January 2022, is a mixture of all the three waves. We experienced a health crisis while we are also having some economic crisis and mental health crisis all at the same time. It's because during that time, the number of COVID cases that we had for 2020 and 2021 versus the cases that we have in January 2022 is actually double the number that we had in 2020 and 2021. So it's a mixture, a combination of all. During that time, I was already compelled to ask our management, ask our general manager, because hindi namin alam or lingid sa kaalaman namin, hindi lang pala yung hotels or yung company namin ang nakaka-experience ito, but the whole Baguio City. Because Baguio City during the month of January 2022, in a day, nakakuha kami ng parang mga 700 to 800 cases in a day. So I was already compelled asking our general manager if we need to put a temporary shutdown while we try to disinfect the properties, similar to what other hotels have been doing, because we heard that there were 2 hotels doing that already in advance. However, our general manager firmly said that he was really optimistic, although you can really hear that he's worried about the welfare of the employees. But he was really optimistic na this specific period na maraming cases would pass then. And ang na-retain sa akin sa mind ko, which also I relate to our employees, na the only reason why we have a lot of cases for this month is because we are also aggressive in testing, because we are doing the monthly testing or weekly testing. Medyo doon ako na, kasi sabi ni GM, even if mag-close tayo at mag-disinfect tayo, since our standards are already in place in line with the new normal, meron yan sigurado, because andyan na siya, it's already airborne. So ba't pa tayo mag-close? And do you think if I close the hotel and ask those coming up to Baguio because they already have booking at sasabihin ko na isasarado muna, do you think yung cost natin para makapag-rebook sa kanila, i-compensate pa natin yung hindi nila pagpunta, yung inconvenience, do you think it's worth closing the hotel? So medyo natauhan po ako doon. That's the reason why hindi ulit po kami nagsarado. So contrary to the answer of everyone na yes, we did not close, but the hotel implemented a granular lockdown, meaning certain areas in the hotel are closed at a certain period to ensure now while the hotel is operating full, some areas are being disinfected up until matapos yung disinfection period in preparation for this month. What does that mean? Ito na po kasi yung new normal na tinatawag natin, di ba? The new normal is something that we really have to embrace already, and it's going to become part of our business already. Kaya natutuwa ako dito kasi sabi dun sa title natin, Advancing Culinary Arts Through Emerging Trends in Global Cuisine, Tourism and Hospitality Marketing, Financial Management and Nutrition, Above and Beyond. Na-appreciate ko to is because we having such activity like this is making sure that all the hospitality practitioners in the future who are our students will be aware of what is the trend so that they will be able to cope and adapt to this situation. Adapting is our keyword, or adapting is our secret. Kasi nga, hindi naman tayo pa pwedeng magsarado na lang every time na may ganitong pandemic na or ganitong situation na mangyayari, di ba? We have to face it, we have to conquer it. Diba? Yan ang madalas na sinasabi sa amin. So adapting to the new normal simply means we are also adhering to the basic health protocols such as wearing face masks, physical distancing, washing of hands properly. Adapting to the new normal means we are gearing towards 100% vaccination rate for all our employees and trainees. So this is an example of our commitment for 100% vaccination. All of us who are vaccinated are given a fully vaccinated PIN that we can show to our guests para din magkaroon ng confidence yung mga guests natin that they are talking to people who are fully vaccinated. This one naman that you can see is with Forest Lodge naman. Adapting to the new normal means we are getting constantly updated with the city guidelines and on travel protocols. Kasi the only way for us to sustain the business is for us to be aware of what the city or the local government is imposing to implement with regards to travel. Even if we wanted to offer a very, very low rate or a very high rate, if there are no guests arriving because there is travel restriction, it is going to be useless. And even if we ask our guests to check in, if we do not know by heart what are the travel protocols and requirements, we will not be able to help our guests also. Adapting to the new normal also means that our local residents can be our market. And as mentioned, it has been a proven successful recipe, most especially during the time na travel restriction is imposed at locals lang na dito sa Baguio. So if you can see, meron kaming binigay na room rates as low as 2,500 for the Manor or 2,022 pesos for the Forest Lodge. We also had e-gift anniversary vouchers for our local market kung sakasakali. Kasi yun nakapag-sustain ng business namin nung hindi pa pwedeng umakyat ang mga turista. We also made sure that all of our activities would be in line with the health and safety protocols. Ang kagandahan po dito sa Baguio City is, of course, we have a lot of space. We are still filled up with trees. Nice, hindi masyadong mainit. And marami nga tayong open space. So ni-utilize namin yung mga activities na yun na magkaroon ng mga open space activities for children such as yung children's playground. Gumawa po kami ng mga art classes for the children. In-encourage namin yung mga guests namin na mag-bike. And even yung mga Halloween giveaways namin sa mga guests natin, pinagamit namin yung mga employees ng Squid Game na costume para at least para silang naka personal protective equipment pero may theme. And of course, we made sure that the minimal health standards should not only be practiced by our guests, but also by our employees. Kung gaano ka-stricto sa mga guests, ang hotel property natin, dapat ganun din ka-stricto when it comes to minimal health standards yung mga employees. Temperature check, the health declaration form, imposing wearing face mask and face shield all the time, and the weekly testing were the things that are essential for our employees. Adapting to the new normal also means that knowledge is power. And even with the lack of face-to-face learning, we should be able to adapt to the new normal, which means kahit virtual, pwede po tayo matuto. We definitely understand that knowledge is power because, syempre, if you are more knowledgeable about the things that are happening sa paligid, mas makakapaggawa ka ng mas maayos na strategy sa trabaho. Adapting to the new normal also means that we have to utilize the alternative mode of communication. Kung dati-dati SMS was the fad, ngayon aside from the SMS, meron na rin tayong Viber groups, meron na rin tayong Facebook Messenger group, ibang mode of communication already, and even meetings can also be done virtually na rin, di ba? So sabi dito, face-to-face orientation, not allowed. not a problem. So even our new employees, on the job trainees, we also conducted online orientation para at least pag pumunta sila dito, after nilang magpa-antigen test, that's the time na pwede na silang mag-start na kanilang onboarding. I am very proud of this one. Adapting to the new normal means that we also manage employees with symptoms or COVID-19 active case. Because, syempre, ang hospitality industry or ang hotel, every day we encounter different types of guests. And even though they are fully vaccinated or submitted RT-PCR test result, we really do not know if they have the virus already prior to them testing or not. Kaya, the moment na meron palang COVID-19 symptoms ng employees namin, we already have our company nurse who checks who does a health assessment and recommends to the department head kung ano ang gagawin. In case magkaroon kami ng positive case na employee, what we are happy about is meron kaming isang room, which is what we call the honeymoon cottage, which is converted as an isolation facility for asymptomatic employees. And this has been approved by the city government of Baguio and the city health or city government of Baguio and the city health office of Baguio City as well. So na-inspect yan at na-check. We put their employees that are asymptomatic, most especially if they are staying in-house. Adapting to the new normal also means initial contact tracing summary is also done as soon as there is an antigen positive employee. I'm not sure with NCR, but here in Baguio City, there are a lot of barangays. Sometimes when there is a positive case, it would take within 24 hours for a contact tracer to call the positive employee para makapag-contact tracing. Siyempre, medyo late na, saka pa lang sasabihin ng contact tracer that we have to isolate a certain individual. What we did in our Human Resources Department in coordination with our clinic is as soon as magkaroon ng positive antigen positive yung employee natin, we immediately do the initial contact tracing already so that we can already ask those who are considered as close contact to be quarantined. And for those general contact to be informed that they are general contact, therefore, kailangan i-check nila yung kanilang health once in a while, and they will also be checked by our nurse. Mas mabilis na response, mas may iwasan din yung pagkalat. Yun ang parang mindset namin. Kaya kami mismo sa company gumawa ng initial contact tracing team. Why are we doing all of this? Because of course, we wanted to succeed pa rin as a hotel. Kasi di ba, the goal of the hospitality industry is to provide our customers with an enjoyable experience. Whether the enjoyment comes from eating a good meal or relaxing in a luxurious space or getting a good night's rest away from their home, making sure that each individual guest is taken care of is really essential. Kasi yung talagang end goal natin is it's really more on customer delight or customer satisfaction. However, this pandemic also has taught our company that in order for us to surpass this pandemic with flying colors, while we are on the process of recovering from our business, is we also have to have a collaborative partnership with our local government, which is what I was really pointing out a while ago. And we also have to help the community. These are the things that we have realized because kung titingnan ninyo, kahit na nati-challenge yung industry natin, marami pa din pong mas nangangailangan ng support and ng tulong. Kaya din, it is also important for us to help the community. Particularly in the picture that you're seeing would be some isolation facility and orphanages that we visited, as well as the city health government. We have donated several items because pakiramdam natin the only way for us to make sure na we are healthy and safe all the time is for us also to give back. Kasi nga, as mentioned, marami tayong mas kailangan maging thankful for. rather than be regretful for in everything that we are doing. And last, of course, we have to take care of our employees. That is also very essential. Ika nga sabi ng aming director, she always says this, that when there's a happy employee plus there is a happy guest, it would become the company's success. But rephrasing it, when we have a healthy employee and a healthy guest sa panahon ngayon, it would equal to the company's success. So last quotes that I have here right now is with dealing with new normal. Sabi nga dito, we humans are very resilient. We can learn to thrive in our new normal if we have the mindset and resources we need to adapt. And another quote here is, challenges are what makes life interesting. Overcoming them is what makes life meaningful. Ang huli ko na lang na statement sa inyo is, personally speaking, what made the whole property survive this pandemic is we always have an attitude for gratitude. Ika nga, we always have two options when we wake up in the morning. It's either we have to be thankful with whatever we have, or we become sad or look for something that we do not have. The choice is always ours. So there you go. So before we end, of course, I would like lang for you to visit our websites. That would be www.campjohnhe.ph for the manor and www.campjohnhehotels.ph for the Forest Lodge. And you can also visit our Facebook page, The Manor at Camp John Hay for the manor, and the Forest Lodge at Camp John Hay for the Forest Lodge. Baka may magtatanong, Baguio City is currently on level 3. But hopefully our city mayor of Baguio is going to request IATF to change the level to level 2 by mid of February. And if it would be approved, it means that more opportunities for people from an NCR, just like all of the participants in other places, to visit Baguio City. And I hope you will consider visiting our hotel, not only as a guest, pero as a tourist. And of course, it would be my pleasure to meet you here once you go in Baguio City. So maraming salamat po for your time, and stay safe, everyone.
All right. Thanks so much, Mr. Medrano, for sharing your knowledge in hospitality resilience amidst the pandemic. Now, as we move forward, questions will now be entertained.
All right, thank you so much again, Mr. Medrano. I hope you still have the stamina for a few questions.
Yes.
All right, we have here from our viewers, from Miss Pauline Samson again. And she asked, when do we know that the hotels and accommodations are safe and not fully crowded? And as a follow-up question, also, how is the cleanliness assured after being used by the other tourists? I think you've made mention of this in your slide, but just to highlight, sir, and to answer the question.
All right. So let me answer the first question. How will we be able to know if the place is not that crowded? It really depends on the level classification, because right now here in Baguio, for level 3 classification, hotels are only allowed maximum of 70% occupancy, meaning hindi sila pwede mag full house. If we are going to move for level to level 2, I think 80% yung allowable na occupancy. And strategically, what I can suggest, kung sakasakali na mamamasyal kayo dito sa Baguio, para ma-assess mo kung crowded o hindi ang isang area, particularly ang hotel, you try to ask the hotel kung ano yung mga oras na walang masyadong pumupunta. Kasi may mga parang sa isang buong araw may mga time na, let's say 1 to 3 is medyo patay na oras, magandang mag-roam around. Pero definitely pagpatak ng 4 o'clock hanggang 8 o'clock, which is pa-dinner, pa-merienda, pa-dinner time, definitely expect crowded crowded properties. Actually, kahit sa SM, di ba? If you wanted to enjoy SM or any mall na wala masyadong tao, doon ka sa bukasan ng mall. Pero wag ka pumunta doon sa yung pagkatapos ng shift ng mga tao kasi definitely pagpa-dinner, punong-puno. So that's the first, that's the answer to the first question. Answer to the second question, I would like to specify lang yung ginagawa namin dito sa Camp John Hay Leisure. How do we ensure that the room is hotel for the next occupant to use? Before, nung medyo stricto pa rin naman hanggang ngayon. Pero dati kasi since we still do not know how to manage COVID-19, ang ginagawa is once a room is checked out, the room remains empty for the next 24 to 48 hours before i-disinfect. So disinfection yung number 2 na mangyayari. Leave it for 24 to 48 hours and then disinfect. After i-disinfect, that's the time na maglilinis pala. Right now, since meron na rin tayong mga collaboration with different companies providing yung cleaning materials na angkop sa COVID-19 virus, such as yung fog machine, UV light, at saka yung spray. Ang nangyayari is for every guest that is checking out, bago pa siya malinisan is i-UV light muna siya. After i-UV light, ifa-fog. After ifa-fog, i-disinfect. After nung tatlong procedure na yun, that's the time na papasok pa lang yung housekeeping team to clean. And once na nalinis na siya, nilalagyan po namin ng clean sticker yung kwarto to ensure na yung guest na papasok na susunod, guaranteed na nalinisan yung kwarto at na-sanitize.
All right, thank you. Very elaborate in terms of your protocols for sanitation. So, very good. So we have another question this one is from Sayan from Pangasinan. No? How will you convince or cater a quote-unquote paranoid customer, no, because with respect to the pandemic, no? Paranoid customer to take a vacation and change their point of view? Very good question.
Very valid question yan. Parang very challenging din yan kasi, well, if the question is, how will I convince someone who's paranoid to visit Baguio City, mas madali yan, di ba? Kasi syempre, ang sasabihin ko probably doon sa paranoid individual na yan na if you wanted a vacation na guaranteed fresh air, good weather, definitely Baguio City should be the top of your list. Kasi nga there are a lot of areas here in Baguio City that is still not considered as a polluted area. Plus since mountainous itong lugar natin, di ba? You are guaranteed na kahit paano safe. Plus, with the protocols that Baguio City is imposing right now, ewan ko na lang kung hindi pa sila mas-screen kung sakasakali man na may positive sa grupo nila or something like that. So yun siguro ang pwede kong ma-advertise. Pero if they're going to stay at the manor, ito naman, or the forest lodge, ito naman ang ma-advertise ko. If a paranoid guest is asking me kung paano ko siya i-convince, what I can say is that the property created a COVID-19 screening facility to ensure na once na umakyat sila dito sa Baguio or before they even go up to Baguio City, they are assisted on how to process their requirements. They are informed about the travel requirements. Upon arrival, there is the screening facility who can assist them and check their requirements and test them. And guaranteed na whatever protocols is being practiced in other hotels, we also have that at the manor.
Right.
Plus more. I hope to convince. Parang ako hindi ako na-convince masyado to. Pero I guess that's how I will do it.
But you do have your marketing programs for this one, Sir Medrano, right?
Yes, we do. We have our Manila sales office in Ortigas, and we also have a smaller section here in Baguio.
All right. All right. So with that, thank you so much for extending your insights, Mr. Medrano. I will turn you over again to our host, Chef Ian and Sir JP.
Yes. By the way, before we end, I would like to say hi to Dr. Angie Blanco. Nag-message pala siya dito sa chat. Doc Angie, yung tagal-tagal ko na siyang hindi nakikita. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. And to present the certificate of appreciation to Mr. Elisandro Medrano, may I call on Ms. Roj Cortez Ikayan, our documentation committee head.
To award the certificate, sorry, let me read that for everybody. To award the certificate of appreciation to Mr. Alessandro Medrano, let me read the citation. Philippine Women's University School of Hospitality Management proudly presents the certificate of appreciation to Alessandro Medrano for sharing his time and expertise as the research speaker for the conference entitled Above and Beyond, Advancing Culinary Arts Through Emerging Trends in Global Cuisine, Hospitality Marketing, and Financial Management and Nutrition. Given this 12th of February 2022 at the Philippine Women's University, Taft Avenue, Manila. Signed by Dr. Jocelyn Sardania, Professor, School of Hospitality Management, and Dr. Eframuel Jose Abellana, Dean, School of Hospitality Management. Again, our honor and privilege to hear from you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Philippine Women's University for inviting me. And I hope that at one point meron din kayo natutunan doon sa mga senior. Thank you.
Yes, and once again, put your hands together for Mr. Alessandro Medrano. The pleasure is ours as you partake your time in sharing these insights with us. By the way, sir, any last message that you can share with the viewers?
I guess yun, I already told naman kanina na attitude for gratitude ang kailangan sa bawat isa sa atin. And let us just be optimistic. Ayoko nang sabihin na let's think positive kasi minsan iba na yung connotation pag positive sa panahon ngayon eh. Let's just be optimistic that the whole tourism and hospitality and tourism industry will hopefully resume to its normal operations, embracing the new normal things that is brought about by the pandemic. So keep the faith lang at saka fighting. Good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Medrano. And to all our speakers, we are truly grateful to have you here and share hospitality wisdom with us. And for our synthesis, let's hear it from Mr. John Michael Timosa.
Thank you very much, Chef Ian. And for our quick synthesis for our webinar, our first speaker from Chef Robbie Gocco, entitled Transcending the Barriers of the World of Financial Management in Global Cuisine and Advanced Nutrition and Culinary Arts. The topic aims on the food and safety protocols used in the restaurant, contactless order, and up-to-date COVID-19 health and safety protocols issued by our government, the importance of sanitation and benefits of eating healthy foods to nourish, heal, and boost by using sustainable produce and giving more care to our planet. And from our second speaker, Ms. Leslie Francisco, with her title, Adaptability of the Hospitality Industry During the COVID-19 Crisis. This topic talks about how we in the hospitality industry be open for changes, either by choice or not. Since the pandemic happened, our industry has been hit hard and made us adaptable and found ways to adapt to the new trend. The speaker also talks about the new normal in the operation side of the hotel, work from home arrangement to maintain the flow of business to some employees and making the hotel find new ways of generating business, like being a quarantine facility and marketing the rooms as a work setup for the guest. And from our third speaker, Dr. Romulo Mendoza Jr., with his title, Hospitality and Tourism, Hacking Your Way to Predictability Against the Pandemic, the speaker talked about the effects of the pandemic in our tourism industry, how it stops our way of life in the industry. We saw a lot of opportunities for us to adapt to the current trends of the pandemic, and the speaker gave some tips on what we can do to adapt with the help of technology and social media, how our industry is now open for vaccinated guests, the impact of the pandemic to our country in terms of gross domestic products. And from our last speaker, Mr. Alessandro Medrano, with his title, Hospitality Resilience Amidst the Pandemic, this topic talks about how our industry has been resilient amidst the ongoing pandemic. The COVID-19 made a lot of changes, especially in our daily lives. Hospitality professionals made huge adjustment and adapt to the new normal. The speaker talked about how we as a nation is fighting against this pandemic and how our professionals are doing to live and be resilient in the workplace amidst COVID, and making changes by following the new IATF or DOH regulations, providing support to our workers who are affected and hit by the virus, since the effect of the pandemic is not just physical, but also our overall mental health. These are great insights and tips from our professionals in the industry to our working professionals, future industry partners, and hospitality students. Do not forget to take care of yourself, and let's all go through this pandemic above and beyond. Thank you, and back to you, Chef Ian. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Michael. Now, let's proceed to the awarding of the certificate of the organizers. To read the citation, let's hear it from Ms. Kat Beatriz Mendoza, Program Committee Head.
All right, thank you, Chef, and everyone. I would like to present the certificate of recognition to everyone who made this conference possible. Philippine Women's University School of Hospitality Management presents the certificate of recognition to our webinar organizers for your outstanding contribution as an event organizer for the webinar entitled Above and Beyond, Advancing Culinary Arts Through Emerging Trends in Global Cuisine, Hospitality Marketing, Financial Management, and Nutrition. Given this 12th day of February 2022 at Philippine Women's University, Taft Avenue, Manila, Philippines. Signed by Dr. Jocelyn Sardenia, Professor, School of Hospitality Management, Mr. Michael Angelo Peralta, Webinar Chairperson, and Mr. JP Cabrera, Webinar Co-Chairperson, School of Hospitality Management. And now, may I present to you the Conference Chairperson, Mr. Michael Angelo Peralta, and Co-Chairperson, Mr. JP Cabrera. Our Registration and Evaluation Committee, headed by Mr. Lito Bajado Jr., our Documentation Committee, headed by Mr. Roger Ikayan, our Finance Committee, headed by Ms. Mornelli Marquez, our Marketing Advertising Committee, headed by Marketing and Advertising Committee, headed by Mr. Ryan Alonso, our Technology Technical Committee, headed by Ms. Hazeline Laoyan, our Certificates Committee, headed by Mr. Marvin Macalalad, and lastly, the Program Committee, headed by yours truly. Of course, this wouldn't all be possible without the help and guidance of our professors, Dr. Jocelyn Sardenia, School of Hospitality Management, and Dr. Angelina Blanco, School of Hospitality Management. And again, congratulations, everyone. This is all on you.
Congratulations to Sir JP and Ms. Kat, and everyone who has been a part of this collaborative effort.
Kudos, Chef Ian, Miss Katrina Beatriz, and Sir Angelo. And to give you our closing remarks, a person that needs no introduction, please hear it from our conference chairperson, Mr. Michelangelo Peralta.
Thank you very much, Sir JP, at magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. I hope that all of you and your families are doing fine. Firstly, I would like to start by thanking Almighty God for his guidance on this webinar. And our resource speaker, Chef Robbie, Ms. Francisco, Dr. Mendoza, and Mr. Medrano. Thank you very much for your thought-provoking inputs and time. I would also like to extend our gratitude to the Philippine Women's University President, Mr. Marco Benitez, our Hospitality Management Department Head, Dean Ipramuel Abellana, our beloved professors, Dr. Jocelyn Sardenia and Dr. Angelina Blanco, and the Philippine Women's University Marketing, ICT, and Multimedia personnel for your technical support and publication materials. Most importantly, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank all the participants for your time, for listening, and for your support. This webinar would not have been the success it is. May the information presented in this conference inspire and drive you to work hard in your studies. Despite the fact that our industry has been badly affected by the pandemic, I know and I believe that we, the hospitality students and professionals, will continue to be resilient, steadfast, and focused on our goals. Let's help each other. Let's support each other. Remember, hospitality is simply an opportunity to show love and care, a trait which our culture is already known globally for. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, my classmates, my co-organizers, Master of Science in Hotel and Restaurant Management and Master of Science in Culinary Arts, on behalf of our professors, Dr. Jocelyn Sardenia and Dr. Angelina Blanco, thank you very much for organizing and keeping things both under control and reasonably on time. We may organize and plan this event within the four corners of our streets and the confines of our homes. We may not have seen and met each other physically since day one. We may be very busy with our own personal lives, but we were able to successfully execute this webinar. Again, congratulations. It's a true testament that Philippine Women's University embodies the holistic development of personality and moral character of the students. Before I end this webinar, remember three things. Be grateful. Take good care of yourself. And always remember to take good care of your mental health. Once again, this is Michael Angelo Peralta, your webinar chairperson. Let's go above and beyond. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, everyone, and salute to our organizers for a job well done. Without each other's help and support, this wouldn't be possible at all. Thank you for everyone's effort. And congratulations to you too, Mr. Adrian Basilio, Mr. John Michael Timosa, and Ms. Cecil Tulyao, and all to our head committees.
To the University President, Mr. Marco Alfredo Benitez, Graduate School Director, Dr. Emerita Zornosa, Dean of School of Hospitality Management, Dr. Efraim Muela Beliana, Dr. Jocelyn Sardenia, and Dr. Angelina Blanco, thank you so much. Again, to our participants, you may now answer the evaluation form. To claim your respective e-certificates, QR code will now be posted. This ends the webinar brought to you by Advanced Nutrition in Culinary Arts, Tourism and Hospitality Marketing, Financial Management, and Global Cuisine 2022 class. And now, let's hear our PW hymn.
Yeah.
guests, our special guests today. Let's go above and beyond always.